So keep in mind these factors, at least when we talk about climate scenarios, please be clear about under which scenario we are talking and based on which baseline we are talking. Now coming to some trends. Of course, all these trends are based on observation. All these projections are starting with these observations, keeping these as the base, then keeping the different scenarios we will project. Of course, our global projection, all of us know, we have almost crossed 1 degree centigrade rise with reference to pre-industrial scenario. So on an average, the trend globally is about 0.23 centigrade per decade. Asian more or less matches 0.28 per decade. India, it's about 0.17 degrees centigrade rise per decade. And Tamil Nadu, it's about 0.15 degrees centigrade per decade. Okay. It's very easy to graph this once you get this information, but I want all of you to appreciate the efforts that is behind this. For example, if you have to get a graph like this, for example, at global level, how much data needs to be collected? And the quality of the data that we collect only will enable us to get the actual information. So here the point is, Tamil Nadu, India also is following the global or Asian projections. So when we talk about this average, we should keep in mind that this average is not something fixed. For example, if you take Tamil Nadu itself, across Tamil Nadu there is a variation. If you look at the average maximum temperature for the past 70 years, if you take, how it varied, that is what is plotted here. You'll be able to very clearly see that there is a distinction. Coastal districts of Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram are showing the highest, whereas Nilgiri districts are showing the lowest. So we have a variation of 29 to 33 degrees across Tamil Nadu. Though in Tamil Nadu, the overall change that is happening is 0.15 degree per decade. So this diversity, how do we take into account in making or planning? That is the key. So this kind of changes are there with reference to rainfall. For example, if you take the observed rainfall extremities in Chennai, at least 95% of the rainfall that has happened during this period is 5% of the rainfall has exceeded. And it has exceeded if you take per annum, if you take 5% of the rain has contributed to at least 1000 mm plus. So which means, okay. What the climate study has done now is, what I want to share is, we have the initial results based on the SSP scenario for the mid path, which tells that with reference to the maximum temperature projection, the projected average annual maximum temperature for Tamil Nadu is expected to rise by 0.4 degree in the next 30 years. And it may go up to 1.7 degree, that is the end century, by 2100. This we are saying keeping 1985 to 2014 as the base period and using SSP 4.5 as the scenario, which is the mid-path scenario that we take. And with reference to similarly rainfall also, there are projections in the near century. There is likely to be an increase of 9% over the annual rainfall, which may increase to about 18% by end century. Of course, that is a Tamil Nadu average. Across Tamil Nadu, there is a variation that is in the map. So in short, I have told you that the climate science is very simple. At the same time, it is very complex. And when we use the climate projections, we have to be very clear about what we are talking under which scenario, based on which baseline we are talking, because many times this is leading to confusion. But the key thing is, whatever the climate science is saying is happening. and it is evident based on our observations in terms of temperature, in terms of the rainfall extremities, and we have the projections for the future. We would like to integrate that with the sectoral data, and we are getting support from 25 departments of the state, including Agricultural University and the Agricultural Department, in getting the baseline to integrate this information, using which we will be able to come with a sector-based adaptation framework. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to throw the floor open for a Q&A session. I'd like to welcome back on stage the Additional Chief Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forest Department, Ms. Supriya Sahu, IAS.
Thank you, everyone. And very quickly, I think we are already running a little late, but it is important to have some questions so that in case there are doubts that can be. So I see a hand there. Yes, please. Can we send the mic there, backside, please? Can you also say, sir, can I get back to you later? Yeah, please, back. Can you also say, directed to whom?
Hi, so I am Ashutosh from Open University in UK. My question is to the recent speaker, Dr. Joseph, which is when you model the temperature distribution for the next, say, 100 years, what are some underlying assumptions you are making and how would you validate? Thank you.
Like to go,
I didn't get the question. The temperature projections which we have, which I have shown in the last two slides, it is based on SSP 4.5, so which means the mid-path scenario from socio-economic point of view. That is a scenario, and the projection is based on 1994 to 2014 as the baseline. So, keeping that as the baseline, how the average temperature profile, maximum temperature profile for Tamil Nadu. That is it.
Just a follow-up questions. Would you like to say something about the, let's say, the carbon output, the fuel we are using, the population growth, etc.? What are your assumptions with respect to these factors, let's say?
Yeah, that's what I was telling. There is 5 scenarios. SSP 1 is the most ideal scenario, sustainability scenario. Means we have 17 SDGs. If all of us follow the SDGs have got its own targets, indicators, and if you are able to follow that, then that is the ideal scenario. That will lead us to the Paris Agreement target. Okay. Now, the projection which I have done is the mid path. It is not the extreme, it is not the best. Ideally, we should aim for the best. But how the state should prepare adaptation? Okay. There is no answer to it. It is left to the individuals to decide. The future, these are the possibilities. One possibility is globally all of us work towards sustainability. That will lead us to the Paris target. Okay. There is another possibility, we don't care. Whatever we talk and we do as we like. Okay. That is the business as usual scenario. Okay. If that goes, we will not reach Paris target. Paris target is 2 degree means we will reach 6 degree. Now the question is how the state should plan, whether we should get prepared to face the worst scenario or the best. So the common understanding is let us take the mid path. Okay, that is what is likely to happen. We may not reaching the Paris thing is the idealist thing, that is what we want. And we also don't want the extreme situation. In the extreme situation, we will not be here to talk. So,
Dr. Kurian, I think we'll.
Thank you.
I think we need to stop here because I think we are already running late. My suggestion is like this. My suggestion is because we already have speakers for the next session. So Dr. Kurian and Samay Murthy and Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, they are already available. Perhaps a discussion can be had with them a little later. I hope you please excuse us because we want to respect the speakers who are already lined up for the next session. So thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Really, can we have a big round of applause for them? And I would request our Tamil Nadu Governing Council member, respected Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia ji, to please come onto the dais and present a memento to our speakers. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give our esteemed panelists on stage a bigger round of applause? Thank you to Tirisi Samayamurthy IAS, Dr. V. Geeta Lakshmi and Dr. Kurian Joseph. Thank you very, very much. And a big thank you to Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is on decarbonization pathways for Tamil Nadu. And if we can give a warm welcome to our panelists who are going to be joining us on stage. We have Chief Executive Officer from Vasudha Foundations, New Delhi, Dr. Srinivas Krishnaswamy. We have Director of Research Coordination, Council on Energy, Environment and Water, Mr. Karthik Ganesan. Senior Program Manager, Institute for Transport and Development, Ms. Kashmira Dubash. Can we please give our panelists a warm welcome as they join us on the dais? Dr. Srinivas Krishnaswamy, Mr. Karthik Ganesan, and Ms. Kashmira Dubash. Welcome. We're hoping to have a slightly more extended Q&A session, so we're hoping that each and every one of you can wrap up your individual presentations in.
Very good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much. My presentation is on the GHG emissions and trend analysis for Tamil Nadu. Just to set the context as to where are these numbers coming from, way back in 2015, Vasudha Foundation, along with 5 other civil society groups, including the CEW, ICLEI, C-STEP, WRI India, and Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, came up with this, conceptualized the setting up of a civil society platform to estimate greenhouse gas emissions in India and also the states. The reason for doing it way back in 2015 was at that particular point in time, India had just about 3 emission inventories. One was the NATCOM 1, the NATCOM 2, and the what is called the INCCA report, the INCA report that was commissioned by the then Environment Minister, Mr. Jairam Ramesh. And each of these inventories were for a single year, and we did not have year-on-year emission estimations. So the idea was to have an independent civil society emissions estimations done, both at the national level as well as the state level. And one other point that I also wanted to say is that the inventories that the government of India had at that particular point of time, and even now for the matter, is only at the national level. So we felt that it would be good to have emissions at the state level also. So this is the long and short of why the GHG platform was conceptualized and launched. And since 2015 to now, 2022, over a period of 4 project cycles, we have done the emissions estimations for both the national and the state level for a period of 2005 to 2018. And we've also done a very robust exercise of looking at comparing our numbers with the emission numbers that the Government of India puts out. And I would say that the variations is very minimal, especially if you look at the economy-wide. But of course, if you go to the subsector, then there could be a fairly higher variations. But if you look at the overall national level numbers so I will go straight into some of the, I've already talked about this. And of course, one reason why we also felt of the reason for setting up this platform was to improve the accessibility of data. So all the data that the GAG platform puts out in terms of the emission numbers, including the raw data, the methodology, are all available on the website. Anybody could download it, including the Excel sheets, and and it's easily accessible. And we would like more people to use this data as widely as possible. Just to set the trend before I get into Tamil Nadu, overall economy-wide emissions, you've seen the trend from 1586 MTs from 2005, it's grown to 2953 million tons, and then the CAGR is between of 4.90%. The highest, the sector that has contributed highest to the emission is the energy sector, followed by the industrial product and process use, and the AFLU sector. And as I said, we've done a detailed comparison between our numbers, the platform numbers, as well as the BUR, and the GHG platform numbers in 2016 was about 5% higher than what the government put out. It is biannual updated report 3. Now, in terms of per capita emissions, India's per capita emissions has increased at a compounded rate of 3.41% between 2005 and 2018. But if you actually look at the emissions intensity to GDP, India has, and then you have two numbers here. One is what number the government has put out in its BOR3, which says that it's about 24%, but our numbers indicate that it's roughly about 22% emission reduction between the period of 2005 to 2018. And this needs to be looked at the target of 45% by 2030 to 2005 levels. In any case, either of the two numbers, we are more or less in the halfway mark, and we have another 8 years to go. And this is the 2018 numbers. So if you look at 2022, probably the numbers would be much higher. It could probably be about 25 or 26%. Straight into Tamil Nadu now. Again, if you look at the Tamil Nadu emissions trajectory between the period of 2005 and 2018, you would find that it's increased at a CAGR of 4.29% between this period of 2005 and 2018. And again, as is the national trend, energy sector is the highest contributor, followed by the industrial product and process use and the waste sector. Just one point, members of the GAG platform are also here. We have Karthik from CEW, we have Imani from ICLI. So if there are any questions, we are all happy to answer them after this. At any given point of time, we are happy to interact, happy to show the website also. And then looking at 2005 levels to 2018, how the numbers changed. So if you look at the energy emissions, it was about 82%, roughly about 82.05 million tons of CO2 in 2005, which is now grown almost double, near double. It's gone to 144.05, and the percentage of energy emissions to total emissions has increased to 83% between the period of 2005 to 2018. And similarly, the AFLU emissions also close to doubled, 4.32 or doubled, 4.32 to 9.35%. IPPU is about 6.10 to 10.4%. So you can see that across all the four emitting sectors, whether it's the energy, IPPU, the agriculture, forest, and other land use, or the waste sector, you've seen a big shift between 2005 and 2018. The numbers have increased, clearly. We also done a little bit of a comparison between how states have ranked in terms of GHG emissions. As I said, we have figures for all the states and union territories. So overall, Tamil Nadu ranks about 8th highest in terms of economy-wide emissions, all India. In terms of the energy and IPPU sector, it's 9th, and in the waste sector, it's 4th. We felt that this ranking, but one would argue that, one is only looking at the production emissions and not really at the consumption emissions. For example, there are states that have very little emissions because they don't have any coal-fired power plant, for example. But then bulk of the electricity comes from coal. So one could argue, but then this is largely on the generation or the production-based emissions. Now, getting into each of the sectors, I won't get into further details, but then you can see how the energy sector, within the energy sector, you can see what the percentage of, so here we have done a percentage share of the gases. So basically the platform, it accounts for CO2, N2O, and CH4, methane, and this is how the percentage has grown over the years. The sectors that are contributing. So in terms of CO2, 93%, the energy sector, 93% of CO2, and if you look at the AFLU sector, 53% is methane emissions. Per capita emissions of Tamil Nadu has grown from 1.55 to 2.29 at a compounded rate of 3.07% between 2005 and 2018. And if you actually look at the ranking of per capita emissions, Tamil Nadu is, Chhattisgarh is about 8.36. So this just gives you a sense of where we are in terms of the per capita emissions. And states that are actually much higher than Tamil Nadu in terms of the emissions economy-wide, for example, Uttar Pradesh has got a per capita emissions of only 1.32, largely because of its population, very obvious. So this is, again, the energy sector. And then you can see here that the public electricity generation, which is basically electricity generation from coal, oil, and gas, is the largest contributor to the energy generation. So this is an area where there's, if one is looking at mitigation potentials, this is one area where there's clearly a very high mitigation potential. And then the next, obviously, is the transport sector, which is contributing to 24.15%. And then you have the industrial energy, and this needs to be differentiated from IPPU. This is a industrial energy that's about 21.86, which is 15%. And all the others contribute to, and then there's a captive power plant that's contributing to about 9%, 12.19, largely because of the industrial use. The next is the AFLU sector, the agriculture, forest, and other land use. And here you can see that the livestock emission has actually remained steady. And then you have the sinks that have actually, again, remained steady, the aggregated sources and non-sources of emissions. In the, so this is the distribution within the AFLU sector. So within that enteric fermentation, which is again your livestock and manure management, has a fairly large chunk, with rice cultivation again coming next at a 24%. If you look at the AFLU sector, sub-sector-wise emissions, for those who are interested in numbers. The IPPU sector, the authors are sitting right here, but then again you find that the chemical industry, the mineral industry again has a huge chunk. The total, the IPPU sector contributed to about 5% of Tamil Nadu's total economy-wide emissions in 2018. The mineral industry was a major contributor, primarily due to emissions from the cement production. And this gives you a sense of what the subsector-wise, the key emitting sectors, subsectors within the IPPU are. And again, cement production is about 92%, and lime production is about 0.3% of the total. Coming to the waste sector, again, we have ICLEI, a partner who's actually done this work. This is how the sense of the subsector-wise emissions within the waste sector is. So you have the solid waste, the industrial water, domestic water, and the largest chunk is the solid waste, the industrial water, and then you have the solid waste with domestic wastewater actually increasing from 7.57 to 9.30. This again within the waste sector, what are the major contribution? Industrial wastewater, like I said, is about 43%. Domestic wastewater is about 42%, with solid waste disposal, again, 15%. Again, this is another area where there is a huge potential for emission reduction, because if you see within the industrial wastewater, you have pulp and paper, which is contributing fairly large to the overall emissions. It may be a small, in the overall economy, waste sector may be a small contributor, but again, these are areas where there's clearly a potential for emission reductions. To conclude, as I said, the major sector, the energy sector is one area where there's a huge potential for emission reduction. I'm sure Karthik is going to touch on some of the in his presentation. And so within that, you have the electricity, transport, and residential. And then the industrial sector, again, with green hydrogen and cleaner fuels, there's a huge potential for emission reduction. Within the affluent sector, in the previous session, you had very detailed presentation on what are the various effective means of reducing emission from the agriculture, forestry, and livestock sector. And so this would be a repetition, so I wouldn't really go into details, but it sort of touches upon the point that the previous speaker from the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University and others spoke about. Last but not the least, in the previous session, someone was talking of data. As I said, the GHG platform data is available on the GHG platform website. It's ghgplatform-india.org. You could download not only the emissions, the final numbers, but also the raw data, the detailed methodology note, and that would also give you a sense of an understanding of the emission factors used and whatever calculation was used. Vasudha Power Info Hub is a dashboard that Vasudha Foundation has created. This is for the power sector value chain. You can get granular, comprehensive, even DISCOM-wise data, and it is near real-time data. So if you actually go to the website today, you'll get data till about 1st or 2nd of December. So that's how near real-time it is. This Vasudha Power is going to be integrated with the Niti Aayog's energy dashboard, and it's going to have data on not only the power sector, but power, energy, and climate, and key economic indicators. I'll stop here for now. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions or clarify any points that people have. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here back in my home state. Normally, Srini and I are having these discussions sitting in Delhi, talking about every other state and every other center. So really happy that the Tamil Nadu government has asked us to come and present some of our work here that speaks to the development of our own state. So thank you for this opportunity. My name is Karthik. I work as a researcher at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are a 12-year-old not-for-profit policy research organization based in New Delhi. As Srini mentioned, that's about our organization. You can look it up at http://cew.in. Those are the areas that we work in, but without further ado, I'll jump into the presentation itself straight away. So Srini set the context by looking at what are the sectors that contribute to the emissions within the economy itself. So we wanted to sort of speak about what are the options going forward for Tamil Nadu to sort of cut back on economy-driven emissions. And we see this as a four-step process. So one is, of course, the socio-economic growth and urbanization that Tamil Nadu as a state is likely to witness. And that is going to be the fundamental driver of energy demand. So we have to understand that. The second, of course, is the growth paradigms that the state will choose. Some of that was, of course, spoken about during the agriculture and land use session, because that's a big part of the growth paradigm that Tamil Nadu will choose. The third is then translating that growth paradigm to emissions. And then the fourth is looking at what are the energy transition possibilities given the emissions that you will then see coming from those activities. So let's look at some of these aspects. So we within CW have use a model called the Global Change Assessment Model, GCAM, which is an internationally recognized peer-reviewed model that runs out of PNNL and JGRI at University of Maryland. And one of our colleagues, Vaibhav Chaturvedi, is a user of the model and sort of promotes the use of the model in the Indian community. In addition to that, of course, we've done a lot of bottom-up assessments as well to speak about some of the ways in which these sectors could be looked at from a forward-looking perspective. So let's get into the first aspect. So Tamil Nadu is uniquely placed in that its population will rise, stabilize, and begin to sort of decline sooner than many other parts of the country. We know that this is a conundrum that many southern states which have achieved higher levels of HDI, per capita income, will face sooner than later. And this has an important role to play in the way our energy consumption will pan out and in the way we can think about how the economy will grow. So this is a very important input. As you can see, the states that are chosen here are not necessarily for any good reason, but it's because we've done some work in some of these states. We've superimposed Tamil Nadu here for you. And as you can see, Tamil Nadu possibly even as early as 2030 will peak and start to decline in terms of its population, given the fertility rates that we've been observing here over the last few decades. The second important aspect is per capita incomes. Obviously, Tamil Nadu is right up there with many other states in the country like Gujarat and Maharashtra, which are highly industrialized. Urbanization, Tamil Nadu, again, a leader in the pack, which has implications for what we've envisioned for our agriculture sector, for instance, right? Who will remain within the villages to basically take care of the systems that we're promoting here? Punjab is already seeing a lot of challenges in making progressive steps towards modernizing agriculture on account of the population's disinterest. So perhaps Tamil Nadu will also have to start learning how do we sort of factor in these learnings into the way we cultivate. So as you can see, Tamil Nadu way ahead of the pack and will continue to remain there. And this is to the 2070 timeline that we're talking about here, because we've done an assessment just in the lead up to Government of India's announcement. So we just sort of recreated some of those for Tamil Nadu here. And the third aspect is basically what does the population aspire to? We've done an assessment in 2019, which went and looked at tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities, and nearly 55% of the population wants to own a car. Whereas today, the ownership of a car, a four-wheeler, is basically less than 10% at households. So if we want to talk about emissions reductions, we have to understand that it has to be in consonance with the aspirations of the population. So two-wheeler ownership, as you can see the growth rates that have been shown there, four-wheeler, significant rise in ownership in Tamil Nadu. And again, larger homes, whether that's a reality that India can satisfy or whether, it will remain a pipe dream remains to be seen. But all of these have to be factored in when we look at what the energy demand for the future will be. So the second step that comes into is what are the growth paradigms for longer term energy demand, right? Needless to say, Tamil Nadu is again a highly industrialized state, which is doing better than India when it comes to the manufacturing sector. So in some sense, we've gone the way that, if I were to look at countries, so the way India looks up to China, I guess the rest of the states in India can look up to Tamil Nadu and say, manufacturing has driven GDP growth in a significant way, more so than any other part of the country. Some of those things on the right that you see there, the future ambition, have been stated by the Tamil Nadu government, and all of that points to the fact that we want to remain a leader in manufacturing. This has implications for how you decarbonize your sector. So let's take a look at, this is slightly dated primarily because the annual survey of industry is about 2-year lagged. We haven't done the most recent analysis for 2019-20, but I can't imagine this has changed significantly. 12% of India's manufacturing GDP comes from Tamil Nadu, whereas Tamil Nadu is nowhere in the top 5 when it comes to energy consumption in industry. What does it say? This basically says that Tamil Nadu's industry is already low on energy intensity because you're not manufacturing steel, aluminum, right? And a lot of the energy intensive commodities, you've got the higher value add commodities in the automobile industry, possibly some in textiles, some in food processing. So in that sense, Tamil Nadu is well placed to actually continue on a trajectory which is low energy emissions intensive because electricity can be replaced with renewable energy at any point in time, commensurate to how fast you're able to decarbonize that. But then we also see that the ability of the country, this is of course representing India, to change its structural mix of what is manufactured in the country has not really changed. We've more or less relied on the same set of commodities. This is really speaking to the jobs, but value add also remains very similar. The reason I'm talking about jobs ultimately is if you're going to manufacture a whole set of new things, have we shown that appetite in the last 15 years, right? This is 2004 or 5 through 17, 18. We find that it's remained more or less the same. So if we are going to envision a different future where solar PV manufacturing and battery manufacturing will become that front runners for the economy, what do we need to do differently than what we have done in the past 15 years? So these numbers that you see are basically the demand that will come from the rest of the world. And given that there is this appetite for everybody to diversify from China being the primary supplier, it will be very important for a state like Tamil Nadu to take the leadership in demonstrating that these can be manufactured, produced, and competitively exported to the rest of the world as well. And this will have a bearing on what our emissions footprint and our energy footprint is. I wanted to touch on e-mobility primarily, a little bit primarily because Tamil Nadu is, of course, the Detroit, or Chennai is the Detroit of Asia or of India. And we see that there are a lot of jobs in the full value chain of the automobile sector that Tamil Nadu hosts and is there in many parts of the country now. But all of this, of course, currently speaks to the ICE value chain. Is the automobile industry in Tamil Nadu equally ready to take on the responsibility of, shepherding the EV value chain as well? Or can it be started as a whole new industry in a different state where Tamil Nadu starts losing competitiveness because it's not the front runner for many reasons? We see that, for instance, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, they've all started becoming bigger centers for EV manufacturing, automobile manufacturing in recent years. So EV is a new value chain, much more easy for it to sort of come up, much more automated, which means that the benefit that Tamil Nadu had of a trained manpower, while it will still hold us in good stead, can still be a challenge to catch up with the rest as well if we don't start enough. So all of these really have a bearing on what is the industrial mix that we will have and what that means for emissions. So you put all that together, socioeconomics, the development paradigm, the industrial development paradigm, and of course the agricultural change in agricultural paradigm, and we get to what it means for emissions. So as Srini pointed out in his earlier slide, a lot of Tamil Nadu's emissions really stem from energy. And even within energy, about 2/3 is really from the power sector, which means that the starting point for all decarbonization in Tamil Nadu has to be power sector. But, and when we did an assessment at the India level, we find that, by the 2040s, India as a country must really start declining their use of coal, and then sort of that goes down to the net zero target of about, close to what, zero use of coal by 2070. So Tamil Nadu is a state where coal-based power is already very expensive, presumably should start really sort of weaning away from coal even sooner. But then we also know that there are challenges with integrating RE, so we know that there are lots of capacity of coal-based plants that are coming up in the state, so it will be prudent to think of how do we sort of align with the way India's trajectory is going to be. And we did an assessment for 2 other states. This is in Rajasthan and in Bihar. Tamil Nadu is yet to be done. We hope to work with the various departments in delivering on that in the coming months. And as you can see here, the main element that you will see is electrification of end use is near complete in the 2070 timeline. So this means that ultimately this is going to be the driver of decarbonization in most states across the country. In some states you could see that hydrogen may play an important role, in some states it may not. And finally, getting to what does it mean for the energy transition pathways. As we said, the power sector in Tamil Nadu has to decarbonize fastest. TNS has one of the highest costs of supply. So earlier this year we saw that the hike in tariffs alongside the cost of power purchase, everybody was shocked at the numbers, 8.5 rupees in average cost of supply in Tamil Nadu. More than 50% of the power is sourced from outside the state, which means that Tamil Nadu has to actively look at, how will it truly decarbonize the power that it consumes, which means that more RE has to be installed within the state itself, and offshore wind provides a significant opportunity here. So if you look at the levelized cost of offshore wind, in the range of about 7.4 and possibly going down to about 5.5 rupees in 2030, compares very well with the rising cost of supply that Tamil Nadu is already witnessing on account of its reliance on conventional fuels. So as a state, we are very well placed to move and start taking on other sources of energy, and I think the technical capacity exists within the agencies of TANGEDCO and the others to enable this to happen. And last but not the least, rooftop solar is talked about widely, but ultimately this is something that will bring the transition closest to the people. We see, the likes of Mr. Vembu from Zoho talking about, how he wants to take this transition to the villages. And I think rooftop solar at the end of the day, where everybody relates to where their energy is coming from and what they're paying for it, how this translates to cost economics vis-a-vis the grid is very important. So Tamil Nadu has a phenomenal potential for rooftop solar. This actually only speaks to residential rooftop in urban areas, not so much in rural. And we see that just because of the regulations right now, there's a significant cutback on the overall capacity that can be installed. So we need to really look at how do we incentivize rooftop solar in a much bigger way so that it's a commodity that people can take off from the shelves and ultimately help us drive this transition in a bigger way. I think mobility is something that, growing up, I use the buses in Tamil Nadu. Even today, when I come and see, it's the same bus numbers that I'm able to identify. Not too much change in terms of the augmentation of routes, but hopefully, from being just the Detroit manufacturing cars, if we can move and take on this big advantage of being an early mover in the transportation sector and looking at electrification of the mobility fleet, primarily through buses, we would have done really well. Again, this has to be addressed because the aspirations with the people lie in the use of personalized four-wheeler vehicles. Post-COVID, that became a bit of a syndrome. We need to really get people back on public transport. And in any case, in cities like Chennai, getting an Uber is really hard. Nobody wants to drive around. So hopefully, when people go looking for the buses, they'll be available for people to take up. And this is really one important area where Tamil Nadu will do well to remain ahead of the pack. A large share of the buses today in the country actually are in Tamil Nadu because it's so well served, the first tier and the second tier cities. And let's keep it that way. And I think green hydrogen, again, is the flavor of the day. I don't want to sort of dwell too much on it, but maybe just leave you with these figures, which is there's a huge market for about 40 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity manufactured in the country. And Tamil Nadu can, again, become a big center for it. By way of the policies that the state has, which is basically not as much of a wheeling charge on electricity, we find that manufacture of green hydrogen in the state can actually be competitive vis-a-vis other states where cross-subsidization charges are pretty high for open access. And there's significant opportunities, as I said, both for export as well as for manufacture for components that can be used domestically as well, whether it's power electronics, whether it's electrolyzer itself. But this requires significant bit of investments from the state. As you can see, all of the numbers, they'll be available in the presentation that we leave with the audience here. This is also available in various studies that we've carried out. Hopefully, you will be able to look at it more holistically later. I want to close here, which is, thanks to my colleague Praveen for providing this slide that summarizes what we've talked about here. On the one side, we have the people's aspirations, which is improved access to electricity, quality of life, ability to afford a higher living standard. And more importantly, we want profitable MSMEs. At the same time, the state wants, higher per capita income. There's a $1 trillion economy aspiration that's been stated, increased industrial output. Sometimes, while these are two aspirational ones, we have to keep in mind that we have to be in consonance with the needs of what our earlier colleagues have talked about, which is the emissions.
Introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kashmira Dabash, and I'm a Senior Program Manager at the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. As an organization, we've been working with over 130 cities for the past 35 years, and the ethos of our organization is for better cities. Our cities require to prioritize high-capacity public transport, walking and cycling if we are to reduce emissions, reduce congestions, and better connect low-income communities to opportunities. The issue that most Indian cities face today is the increasing number of private motor vehicles. As you can see here, in Chennai, over the past 2 decades, walking, cycling, and public transport mode shares have been reducing drastically, whereas private motor vehicle use, including four-wheelers and two-wheelers, have been exponentially increasing. 1.8 lakh new cars are on our streets every single year. And by 2030, Tamil Nadu is expected to have 3.8 crore more private motor vehicles on our streets. So currently what this means for Chennai is that for every 100 residents, we have about 50 motor vehicles. If you compare that to Singapore, Singapore has 13 private motor vehicles for every 100 residents. Now, in just about 60 years, from 1951 to 2008, it took India 60 years to cross over 105 million registered vehicles. Okay, let's remember this number, 105 registered motor vehicles and 60 years. Now the same number, 105 million registered vehicles were added on our streets across India in a span of 6 years from 2009 to 2015. That's bad news. During that time, personal cars and motorcycles, their growth increased 7 to 8 times more than our population growth in our cities. What does this mean for our cities? One, let's begin with the quality of air pollution. Unfortunately, the data that was released by AQI this year indicated that 3 of the 10 most polluted cities in the world are in India: Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta. And it affects our health, it affects the health of our children. We've been seeing more and more cases of lung disease and respiratory disease. What's even worse is that India now has the world's highest air pollution-related deaths. 17.8% of all deaths in 2019 were directly related to air pollution. And diesel vehicles contributed to 66% of air pollution-related deaths in India. Now, I recently visited Delhi, and every office, every household I went to had an air purifier like this. Can you imagine one of these in our houses, an air purifier in our house right here in Chennai, which is reminding you every single day, every single minute, every single second that the air that you are breathing in is toxic. And hence, there has been a huge push for cleaner motor vehicles across India since 2015. I'm just going to pause right here. So we are at the Tamil Nadu Climate Summit. How many of us came here either walking, cycling, or by bus? Can you please stand up? Great. Can we please have a round of applause for Smriti right there? We are at a climate summit, and unfortunately, just one person in this room came by a sustainable mode of transport. We have ambitious targets, right? India has ambitious targets that it's working towards. It has an international target that it's working towards at 30% sale shares of EVs by 2030. It also has local, national targets set by the Union Ministry. That's 30% EV penetration for private passenger vehicles, 70% for commercial vehicles, and 80% for 2- and 3-wheelers by 2030. This has huge potential for India. What this means is 10 million EV vehicles are expected to be on our streets by 2030. 800 gigawatts of battery, $2.3 billion in government subsidies, and $7.5 billion in investment potential by 2030. However, we need to prioritize in order to achieve these targets. Because right now, India's adoption rate for electric vehicles is just about 2% in comparison to other countries such as your Netherlands, Canada, Germany, which is all over 15% adoption rate. And there are multiple reasons why EV has taken so long in India. One reason being the cost factor. It is relatively high compared to your regular conventional motor vehicles. Absence of adequate EV infrastructure. We require a stronger grid. We require charging infrastructure that's currently missing. We require stronger policies that is currently missing. And just the lack of information for state transport agencies and the public on the benefits of electrification of vehicles. However, a large focus has also been on electrification of cars. At the end of the day, a car, an electric car, is still a car that will still be stuck in a traffic jam. And here is a beautiful image that is That shows exactly what I'm trying to say here. And thus, our cities need to prioritize more sustainable modes such as, okay, sorry. I'm just going to stop here for a lovely quote. An advanced city is not one where the poor use cars, but rather where even the rich use public transport. And hence, it's extremely important that we prioritize buses, because a bus is 10 times more efficient than a car. However, India has lagged in the number of buses it currently has for its citizens. And also the quality of buses is in question. So in Chennai, for example, we roughly have about 3,400 buses. Currently, all of them are diesel buses. Bangalore, which is one of the highest, cities with the highest number of buses, so close to 6,700 buses, and all of them are diesel buses. And so let's look at how electrification of buses has evolved over time since the Department of Heavy Industries introduced FAME. FAME stands for Faster Adoption and Manufacturing of Electric Vehicles in India, that was introduced in 2015 to support states and cities with subsidies to procure e-buses. When it first kicked off in 2015, the uptake was relatively low. Just about 425 were actually tendered out. And one of the main reasons being it operated on a model called private operator owner model. So basically, the state transport undertakings were required to procure these buses and operate these buses, but they were given a subsidy. This subsidy was roughly in the order of 60%, and very few cities, including Mumbai, Calcutta, Hyderabad, Jammu, Indore, and Shimla, were able to actually tender out some of these buses. Then in 2019 came FAME 2. The model here was slightly different and slightly more successful. It was based on a gross cost contract model, which meant that original equipment manufacturers were required to operate and maintain these buses, where STUs would pay OEMs on a per kilometer basis. So the Department of Heavy Industries had aimed for about 7,000 buses. However, the uptake was less than half, with only about 2,965 buses, primarily by Ahmedabad, Delhi, Mumbai, and Chandigarh. And then this year, in 2022, this again further evolved, where the Convergence Energy Service Limited, also known as CESL, floated out the biggest tender for e-buses in India. And it aimed for a combined tender of 5,450 buses for 5 cities. Now, the results were staggering. For example, in Mumbai, the BEST buses received bids for as low as 46 rupees per kilometer. That is roughly how much it costs our city to run a high-quality diesel bus. And hence, because of the success of CESL, they now have a second tender out for 569 buses, 5,691 buses for 5 states. But however, there are other ways of procuring buses, and that was seen by Pune, where Pune tapped into its Smart Cities Fund, where the corporation actually subsidized 60%, and hence were able to get 150 buses on their BRT corridor. In Tamil Nadu, the government received a loan from KfW, which is the German bank, for 1,600 buses, and 500 of these buses are expected to be procured by 2023. Now, procuring these buses is a right way forward, but it also requires solid backing of policies. However, there are many states have adopted these policies. 20 states have adopted EV policy, and Tamil Nadu is one of them. It sets targets to achieve, however, it lacks a roadmap. How do state transport undertakings actually achieve these targets? The roadmap is missing in all these EV policies. And most do not include subsidies to transition the existing fleet. And there is a lack of focus on public charging infrastructure. Currently, India has less than 2,000 public charging infrastructure services. By 2030, we require 2.3 lakh public charging infrastructure stations across India. And also there is a lack of guidance for transitioning shared mobility and e-cycles. Currently, only Delhi has a very clear roadmap for transitioning to e-cycles. So what Tamil Nadu needs by 2030 is roughly 45,000 new buses for its growing population, of which 13,500 need to be e-buses. However, as per Tamil Nadu's current EV policy, with only 1,000 buses to be electric every year, it leaves us with just 8,000 new electric buses by 2030. This is nowhere close to meeting the target of 13,500. And the way forward for not just Tamil Nadu, but for most cities who are striving to transition their fleet to electric, one is a revision of the EV policy, and Tamil Nadu currently is revising this particular EV policy, which hopefully should also focus on public transport as much as it does on private motor vehicles. And we cannot solely rely on national government subsidies as we have been since FAME in 2015. Tamil Nadu will have to support cities to ensure that more EV buses can be procured. Private sector and the government need to work together to remove these barriers and build capacity of STUs and the benefits of transitioning. Sorry, my time is up, so I'm going to end here. And I'm just going to end with one thing that I want you all to imagine. I want you all to imagine the mobility in your city in 2030. What do you want it to look like? Now think of a fruit that relates to what you imagine your mobility in 2030 would look like. For me, it's a pineapple. And do you know why? Because it's hard work peeling off the pineapple. It's hard work. But the end result, what we see inside, the juiciness and the pure joy of opening up that pineapple is what we strive to have in our cities. A beautiful future, but it is hard work, so we all in this room need to work together to ensure this happens by 2030 and achieve our targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'd like to throw the floor open to questions. We have time for a quick few questions. Sir, is there a mic at your table, or can we get a mic to the gentleman at the second table in the front, please?
Yes, my name is Deepak Srivastav. I am Mission Director for Green Tamil Nadu Mission. It was wonderful listening you all. You talked about greenhouse gas emission reductions for Tamil Nadu from certain sectors. My basic question is that we should, because since you have highlighted certain aspects of Tamil Nadu in terms of GHG emissions, I would like to just highlight few points. Like, we are very well aware that India's current emission, greenhouse gas emission stands at 2.8 gigatons. Okay. Business as usual, if we take, by 2030, we reach to 4.88, something like that. So 1 billion ton if we reduce, we come down to 3.88. First thing is that when India's figure is there, Tamil Nadu also should be able to tell that where it stands in terms of overall GSG, you can say, scenario. Second thing is that, like Gurugram, it has got a per capita emission of now 2 tons per person, which is highest in the country. Mumbai is 1.8. National average is 0.56. So where the Tamil Nadu stand as on average? Because why I am telling you this, we are planning for something 2030, 2040. If we want to attain net zero, say Tamil Nadu by 2050, though it will be a very, very ambitious task to think like that, because we have to peak also. So therefore, when we know that...
Questions to the panelists. If you have any opinions, we'd love to encourage more discussion during lunch and tea. So if you have a question, can you tell us which panelist you'd like for it to answer the question?
I have for all the three, but I will give primary importance to electric vehicles. Actually, electric vehicles is the current thing. Okay, agreed. So electric vehicles will reduce or eliminate CO2 pollution on the roads. But what is the source of electricity? It is still thermal plants, which is produced by the most polluting fuel, unfortunately, coal. I am not blaming anybody because India is starved of availability of natural gas.
Sir,
So,
pardon my interruption, but can we get to the question in the
the
interest of
question
time?
question is, EV is welcome. At the same time, we have to concentrate on reducing phase down of coal usage, which we recently agreed in the GOP, COP. My humble request is, while we need to concentrate on EVs, we should also start reducing our dependence on coal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Only one more thing. See, energy conservation starts from home. The housewives, first of all, they should use LPG very effectively. They
Sir?
should not.
Please don't consider me rude. I'm going to step in. Already thanks to ma'am's fabulous example of a pineapple. It's almost lunchtime.
They are listening.
Everyone here is salivating.
See, I am a chemical engineer. Actually, I am a chemical engineer. I saw one committee. There is not a single member from chemical, textile, leather, three most polluting industries. I am a retired chemical engineer.
So with the utmost respect for your knowledge, everything
Okay.
that you do and what
No
you bring to the
problem, no
table,
problem, no
I'm
problem.
going to thank you. And if we have any more questions, we're going to wrap up this forum. We're going to thank our panelists. If we have any final words, you'd like to wrap up the session?
Of course, Kashmira should probably respond to gentlemen, but I just want to say this. It's a misconception that the CO2 footprint associated with e-mobility as a result of the electricity coming from thermal power plants is actually higher. In fact, research has shown that even if the electricity were to come from coal-based power plants, the effective CO2 per kilometer of electric vehicles is lower. Not to mention the tailpipe emission reductions in cities, which will have phenomenal benefits for public health in urban centers. And more importantly, controlling at stacks in thermal power plants, if our country can manage to do that well, is much more cost effective than controlling it at the source where vehicles are emitting them. Yeah. But happy to discuss this at lunch as you were proposing. Kashmir.
Thank you, Mr. Karthik, but over to you.
I just have one additional point to what you were just saying, and I couldn't cover it in my last slide, unfortunately, but by no means is electric mobility a one-stop solution. Let's get that also very clear. Our cities need to focus on other modes of transport as well, and e-mobility is just one part of the larger jigsaw that we are trying to solve. So please, let me reiterate again, electric mobility is not a one-stop mobility solution. Our city need to consider other modes of transport, including improving walking, cycling, and public transport interventions.
Can I just ask one question, please?
1 second. I believe Doctor has some closing remarks, and then we'll get to that. Doctor?
Just one point on the GHG emissions. As Karthik also said, and what came out from my presentation also, I think one key area where Tamil Nadu could do a lot is on the electricity generation, where basically trying to face on coal and lignite at a much faster pace, because you also have huge amount of solar and wind. So, and then there is also the offshore potential that needs to be tapped. So I would see clearly that that is one pathway. If you say that a low-hanging fruit, I would see that as a low-hanging fruit.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, sir. I know you have a mic, but pardon me. I am standing in between this entire audience's lunch, and I don't want to be the lady doing that. If any of you have questions, we encourage you to please stay back, engage with our panelists. Everyone getting here together, especially for this summit, is all about having engaging discussions and debate, and we appreciate diverse viewpoints here, so thank you once again. If we can give our panelists on stage a huge round of applause. Thank you once again. It was extremely informative. I'd now like to welcome Ms. Nirmala Raja to join us on stage to give all of our panelists a small memento as a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can give her a very, very warm welcome onto the stage. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Thank you. We'd like to thank Dr. Srinivas Krishnaswamy for joining us here today. We'd also like to thank Mr. Karthik Ganesan. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us here today. And finally, Ms. Kashmira Dubash. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this was our session 3 on decarbonization pathways for Tamil Nadu. We're going to take a short break for lunch. We're hoping that all of you can assemble back in here by 2:20 p.m. for our next session on evolving technologies and approaches to address climate change. Thank you so very much. We're going to request you all to head on to your left of the ballroom for lunch, and feel free to continue discussions on anything that was discussed earlier here today. Thank you once again. See you at 2:20.
We'd like to inform you that this is the first of Deacon.
Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention, please. We will be resuming our post-lunch session here at the Tamil Nadu Climate Summit 2022 in 2 minutes. I repeat, we will be starting in 2 minutes. We're requesting you all to reach out to your colleagues if they're outside, to wrap up lunch as quickly as possible and join us back inside. We'd like to stick to time, respect everybody's day and schedule as well. We have an amazing lineup of speakers for our next session as well. So we're requesting you all to please take your seats and settle down. And feel free to reach out to your colleagues and invite them to join us here as well. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention please. We're about to resume our post-lunch session here at the Tamil Nadu Climate Summit for 2022. Our next session is on evolving technologies and approaches to address climate change. We're requesting you all to please settle down. Once again, ensure that your mobile phones are on silent. If you have any friends and colleagues who are still outside, feel free to reach out to them and encourage them to join us. We will be starting in 2 minutes. I repeat, we will be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're hoping you all had a good lunch. Filled your tummies up just enough to have enough energy for the rest of the day, but not enough to get you all napping because we have a very, very exciting afternoon session in store for all of you. Our next session is on evolving technologies and approaches to address climate change. And it is my absolute pleasure and privilege to introduce all of our panelists. Speaking on path-breaking technologies to address climate change, we have the Regional Director, South Asia And Deputy Secretary General for ICLIE, we have Thiru Emani Kumar. Can we please give him a huge round of applause and welcome him onto the stage? Thank you for joining us, sir. Speaking on the impact of energy, water, and food landscape on climate change policy and regulations, we have a professor from UK Open University, Dr. Satish Krishnamurthy. Dr. Satish, if we can welcome you on stage. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I think he's expecting a much warmer welcome than that. Thank you. I like how as we progress with each panelist, our audience is warming up post-lunch. Our next panelist speaking to us on scope and pathways for green energy transition, a presentation. We have the Director of Climate Policy Program, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, Mr. Shubhashish Dey. Welcome, sir. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a few more steps for our next panelist. If we can do a little bit better than that. Thank you. I think everyone's hands have been busy for the last hour, that they're all a little bit exhausted, so bear with them. Our final panelists, and I hope you're all warmed up enough. Speaking on waste to energy, bio-CNG in Greater Chennai Corporation, we have the Managing Director of Srinivasa Waste Management Service, Mr. Shankar Narayanan. Over to you, sir.
Can I have the presentation, please? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And it is very difficult, actually, to speak after the lunch, and that too, so much of varieties are there outside. I hope that all four of us, we will keep you awake actually for the next 1 hour at least. After that, it's up to you what you want to do. My name is Imani Kumar. I represent an organization called ICLEI, and I will just go to talk about on the technologies, what city governments are doing. I come from City Governments Association. This is like a global city association with more than 2,500 cities. And there are 8 to 10 cities from Tamil Nadu are also as our members, and we are working with Tamil Nadu cities for the last almost 14, 15 years, supporting them on various climate technologies, climate methodologies, and carbon emission inventories and other things also on that. I'm located in Delhi, and we have offices, as I said, that Coimbatore is one city, Tiruchi and Tiruchirappalli is another 2 cities where our team is there, and cities, we are supporting them to take it forward on that. We work with 5 pathways. One is on the low emission development. We do a lot of carbon emission inventories. Actually, at the end of this session, we will release a document with support from the TNGCC and Department of Tamil Environment, Climate Change also. We also talk about work on the nature-based solutions, equitable and people-centric development, resilient development, and circular development. These are various pathways we support them with the support of the city governments to become sustainable within their initiatives, within their actions to take it forward on that. What we have done in last almost a decade or more than a decade actually with the Tamil Nadu city governments, we came up with carbon emission, with climate change, climate resilient cities methodology. This is one methodology. We are, as I said, that we are an association of city governments all over the world. So with experience of more than 20 years on the methodology, how can we come out with a climate action plan at a city level? At an urban level, urban agglomeration level is what we have worked into. We are the first ones in the world, I can say, that we came out with a carbon emission inventory software. We used to call it at the time Cities for Climate Protection Software. Way back even 1996, when not even national governments were talking about carbon emission inventories. Supriya ma'am in the morning was saying, unless until you monitor what you are doing, unless until you know what is your baseline, you can't come out with an action or anything on that. So we support city governments on climate carbon emission inventories. We support the city governments on city profiling, city climate profiling, climate risk and vulnerability assessments. You can see those, I'm sorry, the maps which we were showing it on screen. These are the vulnerability assessment maps at a ward level, at a city ward level. What is that is an issue because of within the ward, what infrastructure is going to be impacted on the climate change, how many vulnerable population are going to be impacted on that. So all that, we come out with the vulnerability assessment on that. We come out with integrated action planning based on this carbon emission inventory, based on this vulnerability assessment. We come out with a climate action planning within the city governments on that. I can say that Tamil Nadu, Coimbatore is one of the first cities in Tamil Nadu who has come out with a climate action plan way back in 2011 and 12, and they started implementing a lot of actions on ground on that. We are also supporting, as I said, Tiruchi and Tirunelveli. These are the two cities. They are also coming out with climate action planning on that. So once we have the plan, we will intervene. We will come out with actions on ground. And I'm happy to say that some of these cities are putting their own budgets to implement those actions on ground and monitoring that and see that how they can improve further on that. So this is a complete cycle what we do, and for that, as I said, that we have come out with this particular climate action planning process, the methodology.
For the Tamil Nadu
it's on
Climate
there on the
Summit
website.
2020.
We use a 3x3x3 matrix to come out with this carbon emission inventories and climate action planning on that. It will take a little bit more time, 1.5 years to come out with an action plan and implement that, because the cities are so much, very much in a fast forward action oriented. So we have modified that methodology and we have come out with a simplified methodology as part of this Swiss Agency Development Cooperation project on that. We came out with the tools, and using these tools, any city government, I don't know how many of the city governments are there in that, you can actually come out with an inventory, a vulnerability assessment, and also climate action plan, and also implement those action plans on that. Happy to say that there are not just only 4 cities. This is one of the projects which we are doing, but there are a lot of cities, around 25 to 30 odd city governments in India have come out with climate action plans and also started implementing them. One of them thing, it's in Tamil Nadu again, I just want to show that Coimbatore has set a 33% carbon emission reduction on the 2015 levels by 2022-23 on that. And I'm happy to tell you, we are monitoring also what is happening within the city. Tamil Nadu, the Coimbatore city is almost like 75 to 80% reduction is happening with those actions, what they have done that actual this thing. We can show you that with the numbers, what is happened on the city on that. There are other cities also, all these numbers, what I was showing here, they have actually been adopted by the city councils. I know that a few years back when this came up in Coimbatore, there was no council in that, but other cities have actually, the city governments, the city councils have adapted these inventories. And this is the project we are happy that we are supporting through the TNGCC and also the Tamil Nadu government with various cities. With support, financial support from Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation, and National Institute of Urban Affairs is our knowledge partner in this project on that. As I said, these are the 3 city initiatives. I will just show you what are the technologies they have come out with and implementing on that. In Coimbatore, we have floating solar PV in the lakes of Coimbatore. We are looking into a bankable project on that. We also have 200-ton biomethanation plant, bio-CNG and biomethanation one, and also JSG inventories, which we have done those initiatives already. And Tiruchi, I don't want to go into because the time is very short. So these are the various initiatives which we have done that within these 3 cities on that. Just because I'm speaking here on the Tamil Nadu Climate Summit, I'm giving you this Tamil Nadu cities information on that. So this is the pilot floating solar PV system project, which we are coming out with Periyakulam Lake. It's actually going to be 140 kilowatt power DC one. And this is actually, the city has just sent the proposal to the state government. We are waiting for the final approval from the state government, and hopefully within next 5 to 6 months, this floating solar. And this is going to be the first floating solar project in Tamil Nadu at the city level actually. So this is going to be done. And I'm happy to say that the city has already planning to scale up to 10 megawatt power floating solar system on that. The other one which we have done it as part of this, again, this project, we came out with 1.5 ton biomethanation plant in the Coimbatore city. And now the city is planning to go ahead with the 200 ton biomethanation plant on that. So this is also, again, the technology which we have showed them, which is running very well within the city government for the last 5-6 years. And now they are planning to go ahead with 200 ton. And what I just want to add here is that this 200 ton is going to come up with the public-private partnership and also with the city government support and also the state government support on that. So again, I'm not going to details, but this is another technology which we have tried, tested, and cities are going. And both Tiruchi and Tirunelveli also I was asking, like we are looking into the assessment with both the cities, and we are happy to give it to all the other cities in Tamil Nadu if they are interested through TNGCC at the state level on that. This is another one towards zero waste, which we have supported the city government. Again, the Coimbatore city has shown this as part of that. The other city governments also making like towards zero at the ward level. That is what the Sunya project, what we have looked into, so that the city can do maybe reduce their waste and less waste can go to the landfill sites, and so they can manage it also on that. So these are other various initiatives which we have done that. The another one is early warning systems on the water logging. This actually system is installed in Thane in Maharashtra, but we are right now working with the Tirunelveli Corporation, Municipal Corporation, setting up on the early warning system for their flooding system also. We are actually also working on the entire groundwater system in Tirunelveli and helping them to come out with the early warning systems for the floods in that city on that. Very good system working there, and we are happy to showcase maybe within next 5 months or 6 months the system in Tirunelveli also on that. This is on the urban water management. As I already said that on the groundwater systems, both Tiruchi and Tirunelveli, both the cities, we are working on this. And this is another initiative by the city governments to address the climate change issues on that. I'll just skipping because I know that 3 more on the litter in preventing marine litter in ecosystem and lifestyle for environment. This is the program from the Government of India side. We are looking into the tracking, monitoring, and reporting of the leakages on the marine litter with support from GIZ through TNGCC. Looking also into the 3R policies and closing the loop, and also on the national framework, which we have actually GIZ already supported on that. This is again the yellow bag thing, which I'm so proudly to say that thanks ma'am's initiative, we have actually already released a booklet on single-use plastic. We're also coming out with, for the hospitals, apartments, and other bulk waste generators. We are looking into the handbook for the green protocols for the stakeholders. This is another initiative. The draft is almost ready. We are taking it forward. A state-level inventarization on the recycles and PIBOs. Green rating protocol for the industries and the single-use plastic alternatives on that. All these initiatives, thanks to the GIZ, with their support, we are working along with the TNGCC on that. So I just want to thank TNGCC, thank the Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, especially Supriya ma'am and her team for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Next, I will just ask you to please come and take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ellarukkum malai vanakkam. I'm Satish Krishnamurthy, and I'm a professor in energy technology at the Open University. Now, I left India in 2001, and I've been involved in bilateral collaborations with India for the past 15 years on a joint project, several projects involving energy, batteries, wastewater treatment, joining with academy, industry, and policy partnerships. And thanks for the Supriya ma'am and also Sam Kumar from FCDO for the kind invitation to present our finding. And this is the first time, even though I've been to Delhi many times and also Uttarakhand and others, but the first time I've been here feeling like a hometown. So I'm hoping, even though I just went to India last week, to UK last week, and I thought that I should not miss this event, so I came back again yesterday. And thank you very much for that. So whatever data I am presenting today is with my wonderful team of people, which I lead, which I work with a completely interdisciplinary team where we are working on energy, food, water, nexus. And one of the things which strikes to my heart is like the research and technology should be socially oriented research that has direct benefit to society, be it education, be it research, or whatever we do. So our research comes along, cut across different SDGs. We have 17 SDGs, so sustainable. How do I go back? Yeah, so we are focusing only on quality education, clean water, and sanitation and clean energy. And all is done through partnership modes between industry, academia, and now, because of FCDO's intervention, we are working more with government agencies and government directly to see the policies and changes through different types of modeling. So funded research areas, we work heavily on research, mostly on collaborative research with industries and also with NGOs involved and other government agencies. The first project called Climate Compatible Growth. This is a Foreign Commonwealth Development Office program. It's a 40 million pound program started about 2 years back, and it is addressing directly climate changes, particularly energy systems and modeling, and also climate, land, and water modeling, and also education in terms of skills development. So that is a very, very key project. In fact, the reason the FCDO in UK has identified 2 progressive states in India to collaborate. The one is Tamil Nadu and other is Himachal Pradesh. And in terms of the first FCDO project, we have already implemented, I will show some success stories later. The other one which we are working is a waste to fresh. It's a wastewater treatment. I think the gentleman in the afternoon, late afternoon, he was talking about textile industries, etc. I think he's right. From the top to bottom, we are all contaminated with dyes and mega other things. So that project is a 10 million European funded project, and Royal Academy of Engineering also funded this project, which I worked in collaboration with PSG College of Technology in Coimbatore, along with SP Mills, where we put a live demonstrator to clean wastewater system into a life cycle chain. And this project of 10 million is involved in end-to-end, from life cycle analysis, from where the material starts, how it produced, how to reduce the cost of the material, what are all the environmental implications. Some of the materials which we are using even in a toothpaste, TiO2s, is currently banned in UK. In EU, they say that particular size of the nanometer we cannot use. So we have been pushed by the EU not to use those particular materials itself. So there are lots of restrictions to follow. So we are innovating, and outreach of education for skills development is another very key areas which we are working on, particularly focusing towards industries. The main area which we are talking about electric vehicles, etc. But the other key thing, once you implement electric vehicles, the batteries, recycling of batteries, waste management is a huge business. And it's very important. It's toxic to environment. Even in UK, I think 2 weeks back, there was a land fire has happened because the battery, put lithium-ion batteries outside landfill, and then it oxidized and it started burning everywhere. So there is a huge policy and also framework needs to be there. Even EU is regulating that. Still don't have a clear policy. Another thing rings my bell. Last 2 months, I've been traveling exclusively because of the FCDO projects. I've been to Laos, Kenya, Vietnam, and now here. Everywhere the key concept of green hydrogen is coming through. We have been working extensively on green hydrogen, particularly focusing on technology, policy, economic, supply chain, whether green hydrogen, blue or gray hydrogen. So there are lots of things which we are working on. And another thing, which last one, not least, MK Smart City. MK is where I am coming from, Milton Keynes. So Milton Keynes, it was funded by Council, Milton Keynes Council, and Tech Mahindra is an Indian company. This Tech Mahindra has invested to make the city smarter, and also some money came from the government. This is completely data-driven solution. How we analyze the data, they have air pollution monitors, they have CO2 monitors. We get all the data, analyze, and where we can do the reduction and model those data. And that is one of the MK Smart City development. I can send those links, or I can even share all those slides if required. This is pretty much how we work with different combinations of universities. We even work with Bank of England in the counterfeit of notes. So we make new technological interventions. We work with even companies like Nile Limited, which is in India, Lohman also in India. So we work on various capacities. That's our funding tree, I would say money tree or green tree, where we are working on green economics using natural systems like natural fibers to treat water. And if you see FCDO project, it's a big fat project where we are working on climate compatible growth. Another very important project I forgot to mention is Global Challenges Research Fund. The gentleman previously talking about floating solar cells. So we are working on, with the University of Kota, UCL in University College London, we are working on floating solar cells. In that we are working on hydrophobic coating onto solar cells to make sure that it is resilient rather than degrade, because once you put in water, salts will accumulate, and these salts will degrade the efficiency, so we are working on low-cost technology methods. We heavily work with Tata Steel on hydrogen aspects as well. Okay, everything is in partnerships in UK, so we work with the FCDO project. It's a huge partnership project funded by Foreign Commonwealth Office, and also World Bank is involved, UNDP is also involved, and University of Oxford, Imperial, UCL, all blessed modelers, including Climate Parliament. Climate Parliament advises us how to work on what are the areas which we need to invest on. Very, very effective model, and we are crossing the end where we have open learn materials where we educate the modelers which are not. Some of the case stories is from Bulls with Costa Rica program, directly with the government, we implemented the policy framework for energy access. And similarly, systems design in Kenya, it's another very successful modeling platform where energy planning, and particularly on low carbon investments, they want really low carbon. Another bigger mission is skills development. We did skills development using climate compatible growth program, different courses, and where in the world people can take these courses for energy systems modeling. And say, for example, there are osmosis. I think I was speaking to Karthik than the previous speakers. Osmosis energy systems modeling. We are happy to take all these courses for free. It's funded by European Union. We took this wastewater. We made a low-cost LED systems to put the vetriware into the water. So we use the vetriware and functionalize with some nano systems, and then shine light on the systems. We are able to clean the wastewater in SP mills in Tirupur. And we also work on social enterprise works. It is one of the systems which we generated and implemented in Tanzania, where municipal wastewater has been converted into drinkable water using our photocatalytic system. And we developed a kiosk with a startup company in Cambridge. And that kiosk is like you just need to put the coin, and the revenue generated will go to the maintenance of the systems. Finally, the green hydrogen report is widely available. I can share this with you. It will talk about how will hydrogen likely to be used, how does green hydrogen production compare to blue hydrogen, cost versus emissions. But these are all generic reports. I would like to see how we can tailor-make to the specific industry, specific requirement of the specific states. I think there is more to follow on this. And finally, I started listening to those to London. This is mapped in London completely. All the trees are mapped in London. We get data, live data all the time. You can even know how it will be effective. There are quite a few concepts which we can. I think I will come, and then I'm looking at one planet, one home, one community. Whatever we have doing in UK or US or India, it's going to affect the entire planet. It's not just, so how we can work together.
Though Tamil Nadu only occupies 3.9% of India's total area, but in terms of population, it is 5.7%. And in terms of contribution to India's GDP, it's 8.6%. So 3.7% of the 3.9% of the land area, but 8.6% of the India's GDP. In terms of CO2 emission, it's just little above India average. We also need to be mindful that the demand for various energy sectors will increase as Tamil Nadu will grow. In the earlier presentation by Karthik, we have seen that the developmental aspiration of people of Tamil Nadu is also going to grow the energy demand will keep on growing. Again, few slides which you have seen in Srini's presentation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but the crux of the matter is that when we talk about emission coming from various sectors, and these are the IPCC sector, energy definitely stands out, followed by the emission coming from the industries, and then waste and effluent. Now, within the energy sector, you can see the most of it is from the public electricity generation, followed by industry and transport. Similarly, we have some emission coming out of the effluent sector also, but there is also a sink which is there. And we have seen that Tamil Nadu has a green Tamil Nadu mission, under which they are also going to increase their forest cover. Now, coming to the presentation of the day. Now, when we talk about Tamil Nadu's transition to a green economy, what does it mean for Tamil Nadu? What are the areas to focus on? I could find 4 major areas. One would be the cleaning of the energy system. When I say cleaning of the energy system, it means the energy which is used. Second is the clean technology. Tamil Nadu historically had been a state where a lot of manufacturing ability is there. Again, we have heard some of it during Karthik's presentation. I'm not going to repeat all of this. Third is enhancing agricultural productivity. We know that India as a country, the agricultural productivity is lower than the global average, so we have to work on that and how energy systems can play a role there. And fourth is enhancing forest cover. Now, cleaning of the energy system, there are few areas in which we need to work on. The no-brainer is the use of renewable energy for the grid. The second is the use of LPG, again as a intermediary step from biomass to LPG and LPG to electricity for primary cooking fuel. And the use of green and clean fleets for transport, again a lot of my earlier speaker has spoken about that, and the uses of electricity in the industry sector. Similarly, for clean technology, manufacturing of green hydrogen, tapping of offshore wind manufacturing, R&D on EV and battery storage. I'll rush through these points because a lot has been already spoken about. Explore for enhancing agricultural productivity, explore zero budget natural farming practices, sustainable dairy farming. I remember there was a few years back, there was a ban on Jallikattu, and then the state erupted. I'm not making any political comment here, but the importance of Jallikattu, which I understand as an outsider, is that it increases the, like the people or the farmers, because of that festival, actually engages in terms of investing in animal husbandry, or like rather the bullocks, which have a better resilience to not only climate change, but bullocks which are of very high quality. And that also increases the ability of those bullocks to obviously have a better herd of cows. Sustainable fisheries, sustainable livelihood options are something we need to look on. The fourth is explore carbon and green credit market, closely linked with the green Tamil Nadu mission, which has been launched in September. Now, the important factor, now we have talked about a lot about what needs to be done, but the crux of the matter is how we will get it done. We would require finance. Finance often is available, but not available for the kind of projects which we would like to invest upon. There are projects which are finance grade. There are projects which are nearly finance grade. Most of the projects which are finance grade would be traditional projects like, say, large scale grid integrated solar project. But when we are talking about offshore projects, these are projects which are nearly finance grade, and you might not get a lot of debt, interest rate. The market linkages to be explored, I guess. What a state needs to do is that enough modeling studies has been done, and I'm not going to get into those, but what we have understood from the modeling studies, that for the energy system, we would require a large-scale integration of offshore wind. Government of India has already announced 4 gigawatt offshore wind projects for Tamil Nadu. The tenders are out, but by 2030, around 60 gigawatt is required, even if we are talking about becoming net zero with the investors on a similar platform. Now, when we talk about what I mean by climate moonshot technologies are those technologies which are currently not commercial. Offshore wind are few examples here. Now, if we need to reach this net zero,
because I was asked to show the pictures. So this is the picture of the plant in Chennai. So if anybody is willing to visit our plant, you are most welcome. So we'll take you around the plant. This is 100 tons per day plant. It is situated in Egmore. It is in the 3-acre property in Egmore. This is done on the private-public partnership with the Greater Corporation of Chennai. So the corporation has given the land, and we have developed the infrastructure, and we are running it in DBOT model. So the innovation, what I was mentioning before, is that we collect the waste from the bulk waste generators. So bulk waste generators, as I have explained, it's mostly hotels and offices and bigger canteens from the industrial houses. So we collect waste, food waste and pre-cooked waste, all the waste. And nowadays we start collecting from Coimbatore market also. 10-20 tons we are collecting from Coimbatore market every day. We collect little from the fish market, and also we collect cow dungs, etc. every day on an everyday basis. So we take that and we process that into biogas. We upgrade that into bio-CNG, and then we supply that back to the hotels from which we are taking the waste. So by which, see, we get money for so that, they are also benefited because their gas price is at least 30% lesser than what, if they are using the LPG. And also they are also getting a benefit of having a very good service of waste collection. So, one of the other important things related to this project is, so we are giving it to hotels. So instead, initially we thought we can give it to, though we are also giving it to GAIL and other oil companies, but then we thought we can also supply it to the hotels because, instead of, LPG, if they use CNG, it is going to be more environmental friendly, and their cost is also going to come very less. So this project saves approximately 20,000 metric tons of carbon every year, and we are also availing the carbon credit for the equal amount year on year. And also on the, from the municipality or the corporation perspective, every day, most of the projects, corporation will collect the waste, they will hand the waste to the processor, and the processor will process and then take it forward. But then here we are collecting the waste. So the collection and transportation cost for the Chennai Corporation has been significantly reduced. If you want to assess the quantum, today per metric ton of waste collection market rate is 4,500 for collection and transportation. So if you go by that rule, it would be approximately more than 300 crores of saving for the corporation for the entire duration of this project. So that is one, and also we also give 1.52 rupees as a royalty back for every kg of the gas we produce. So that is also another stream of revenue for the corporation, and also we pay the rent for whatever premises we have. 100 metric tons of garbage that has been dumped in the dump yard, and also we are making the carbon footprint lesser, the cost of fuel lesser for the hotels, and also we are making profit for us and also profit for the Greater Chennai Corporation. So this is the gist about this project. So if anybody want to visit our project, you are most welcome. So you can get a card from me, you can give a ring, and we can host you there. Thank you.
Any questions in the audience? Yes, sir, we'll come to you. Do we have any questions in the audience? Again, I want to thank you, sir, for your active participation for all of the panels so far. But we want
our policy and regulations. On top of that, leave that aside, we are talking about the technology is moving really, really fast. And we need to have, the gentleman a few minutes back talked about education, academy, industry, and policy educations needs to work together. We need a lot of innovation in education itself, because we cannot look only this as a climate change, climate policy or climate change summit, but these are the new jobs we are going to create.
Gentlemen, thank you so very much. It was incredibly informative. Each and every one of you is an expert in your own field. South Welcome back to our final session on people and climate change of day 1 of the Tamil Nadu Climate Summit 2022. We request you all to take your seats, ensure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. We will be starting in a minute. I repeat, we will be starting in a minute. Thank you. Speaking on the role of civil societies on Before we begin the session, we have a short AV introducing Ms. Vinisha Umashankar. Can we have that, please?
Vinisha Umashankar, a 15-year-old innovator, student and public speaker from Tamil Nadu, India. You may know me as the innovator of the solar ironing cart, which is indeed one of my most well-known innovations. The solar ironing cart works solely on solar power and is completely off the grid. The solar panels provide power to both the iron box and the battery. Any power produced is used directly by the iron box when it's on. However, if there is excess power, then it gets stored in the battery for later usage. The solar ironing cart also features lights to use while it's dark and a fan to cool off in the hot weather. It's also mobile, as the vendors can ride the cart around town, which increases their customer base and net income. It also has a very loud horn to indicate that the ironing vendor is now coming down your street. Finally, it fulfills 13 out of the 15 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, making it an innovation that can not only be used in India but across the whole world. During my research, I figured out that the traditional charcoal-based irons do more harm than good. It causes air pollution, deforestation, respiratory diseases, and consequently climate change. The solar ironing cart prevents all of that by eliminating the usage of charcoal completely. The air becomes cleaner, wildlife won't lose their homes, and our planet and people will be much healthier. Not only that, but the ironing vendors can now lead a dignified life with a decent amount of...
Nisha, what a lovely video and what a lovely introduction to this stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to open this session with Thiruji Soundararajan, member of the Tamil Nadu Governing Council. Over to you, sir.
அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். Probably I'll be a odd man out. ஏன்னா என் ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் கிடையாது, இங்கிலீஷ்லையும் பேச போகிறது கிடையாது. அது எல்லாத்தோட முக்கியமான விஷயம் நான் பார்க்குறது, நான் இங்கே நிற்பது இங்கே இருக்கின்றவர் அல்ல, வேறு எங்கேயோ இருக்கின்றவர் அல்ல. டெல்டா மாவட்டங்களில் கூடங்குளத்தில், தேனியில், காட்டுப்பள்ளியில் என தமிழகம் முழுவதும் பல்வேறு போராட்டங்களை முன்னெடுத்த மக்கள் சமூக அமைப்புகள் தான் இங்கே மேடை அமைப்பதற்கான முக்கியமான காரணமாக நாங்கள் பார்க்கிறோம். தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கும் குடிமை சமூக அமைப்பிற்கும் நெருங்கிய பந்தம் உண்டு. இன்று நேற்றல்ல, பல 10 ஆண்டு சென்னை மாகாணத்தின் உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் சென்று இந்த கம்யூனல் ஜிஓ செல்லாது என்று சொன்னது. அந்த தீர்ப்பை சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் வழங்கியது. பிற்படுத்தப்பட்ட தாழ்த்தப்பட்ட மக்களுக்கு கல்வியில் இடஒதுக்கீடு வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்ன கம்யூனல் ஜிஓவை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் செல்லாது என்று தீர்ப்பளித்தது. உச்ச நீதிமன்றமும் அதை ஆதரித்து தீர்ப்பளித்தது. இது தமிழ் மண் அல்லவா? பெரியார் பிறந்த மண் அல்லவா? தெய்வத்தால் ஆகாதனும் முயற்சி மெய்வருத்த கூலி தரும் என்று சொன்ன ஒரு மண் அல்லவா? ஆனால் குடிமை சமூக இயக்கங்கள் பெரியாரின் தலைமையில் ஒன்றிணைந்தன. இந்தியாவின் அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டம் திருத்தப்பட்டது. பிற்படுத்தப்பட்ட மக்களுக்கு கல்வியிலும் வேலை வாய்ப்பிலும் இடஒதுக்கீடு வழங்குவதற்காக இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டம் முதல் முறையாக திருத்தப்பட்டது இந்த மண்ணில் இருந்தான். இந்த மண்ணிலிருந்து எழுந்த குரல் தான். இங்க தமிழகத்தில் உள்ள குடிமை சமூக அமைப்பின் குரல் அவ்வளவு வலிமையான குரல். அந்த குரலின் பங்கு காலநிலை மாற்றத்தை எதிர்கொள்வதற்கான விஷயங்களும் நிச்சயமாக வெளிப்படுத்திக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. வெளிப்படும் என்று திட்டவட்டமாக நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். இங்க இருக்கின்ற 13,000 போராட்டம் தான். ஆனால் தமிழ்நாட்டில் மிக அதிகமான போராட்டங்கள் சந்தித்தது அனைத்தும் இந்த மண்ணின் இந்த மக்களின் வாழ்வாதாரத்தை காப்பதற்காகவும் சுற்றுச்சூழலை பாதுகாப்பதற்காகவும் ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்ட போராட்டங்கள். அங்க டெல்டா மாவட்டத்தில் இருந்த மீத்தேன் எதிர்ப்பு திட்டமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, பூலக நண்பர்களோடு சேர்ந்து பயணித்த பல்வேறு இயக்கங்கள் இன்றைக்கு தமிழக அரசு அந்த டெல்டா மாவட்டங்களை பாதுகாக்கப்பட்ட வேளாண் மண்டலமாக அறிவித்தது என்றால் அந்த மக்கள் அங்கே சாலைகள் இறங்கி போராடியதன் விளைவாகத்தான் தமிழக அரசு இந்த பாதுகாக்கப்பட்ட வேளாண் மண்டல சட்டத்தை கொண்டுள்ளது. அந்த 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 போராட்டத்தை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுத்த பொழுது விவசாயத்தை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும், தமிழகத்தின் உணவு பாதுகாப்பை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும் என்றுதான் நாங்கள் முன்னெடுத்தோம். ஆனால் அதன் பின்னால் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய காலநிலை மாற்றத்துக்கான ஒரு ஆக்ஷன், ஒரு செயல்பாடு உள்ளது. அங்க சாலைகளுக்கு வந்து அந்த திட்டத்தை எதிர்த்தார்கள். தமிழக அரசும் அந்த குரலை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு பாதுகாக்கப்பட்ட வேளாண் மண்டல சட்டத்தை கொண்டது. நியூட்ரோ திட்டத்துக்கு எதிராக அந்த மக்கள் மிக கடுமையான போராட்டங்களை முன்னெடுத்த பொழுது மேற்கு தொடர்ச்சி மலையை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும், அங்கே இருக்கின்ற புலிகள் சரணாலயத்தை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும் அந்த மக்கள் மிகப்பெரிய போராட்டங்களை முன்னெடுத்தார்கள். காட்டுப்பட்டு இன்றைக்கு தமிழக அரசு அறிவித்துள்ளது 13 சதுப்புநிலங்களை பாதுகாக்க ராம்சார் கன்வென்ஷன், ராம்சார் அங்கீகாரம் வாங்கியுள்ளது. அதில் அதை போன்ற ஒரு முக்கியமான சதுப்புநிலமான புலிகேட் பழவேற்காடு சதுப்புநிலத்தை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும், கடல் மட்டம் உயரிலிருந்து பழவேற்காடு சரணாலயத்தை காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக தமிழக மக்கள், கடற்கரை மக்கள், மீனவ மக்கள், விளிம்புநிலை மக்கள் மிகப்பெரிய போராட்டத்தை எடுத்தனால்தான் அந்த திட்டம் தடை செய்யப்பட்டு இன்றைக்கு புலிகேட் பழவேற்காடு நமக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு பொக்கிஷமாக காப்பாற்றப்பட்டுள்ளது. ஒவ்வொரு விஷயம் சரி, தமிழ்நாடு சந்தித்த பல்வேறு இந்த 15-20 ஆண்டுகளில் தமிழ்நாடு முன்னெடுக்காத போராட்டமே இல்லைன்னு சொல்லலாம். அனைத்து போராட்டங்களும் எதற்கான போராட்டங்கள் என்றால் தமிழ்நாட்டின் இயற்கை. இன்றைக்கு சமீபத்தில் விமான எதிர்ப்பு போராட்டம் வந்தாங்க. ஆனால் சோசியல் மீடியால பொதுவான தளங்களில் இதற்கு காரணம் இந்த மண்ணின் முற்போக்கு சிந்தனை தான் என்பதை நிச்சயமாக என்னால் சொல்ல முடியும். அது மட்டுமல்ல, இன்னைக்கு நான் ஒரு முக்கியமான கோரிக்கையும் முக்கியமான விஷயத்தையும் நான் வைக்க விரும்புகிறேன். நான் இந்த கோரிக்கையை வைக்க விருப்பது குடிமை சமூக அமைப்புகளின் சார்பாகவும் அவர்கள் மக்களின் சார்பாகவும் தான் அந்த கோரிக்கை வைக்கிறேன். இன்னைக்கு ஒரு பெரிய இடைவெளி இருக்கு. வெளியே போராடி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற மக்கள் தங்களுடைய வாழ்வாதாரம் பாதிக்கப்படுவதற்காக பல்வேறு விஷயங்களை முன்னெடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த போராட்டங்களின் விளைவாகத்தான் இந்தியாவில் வேற எந்த அரசும் செய்யாத, எந்த அரசும் செய்ய துணியாத இந்த காரணம் வரவேற்கத்தக்கது, பாராட்ட வேண்டியது என்பது எந்த சந்தேகம் கிடையாது. ஆனால் இங்கே வைக்கப்படுகின்ற தீர்வுகள் தொழில்நுட்ப ரீதியான தீர்வுகளை மட்டும் கொள்ளாமல், டெக்னாலஜி இஸ் an enabler, தொழில்நுட்பம் நமக்கு உதவி செய்யலாம், யாரும் வேண்டாம்னு சொல்ல. ஆனால் தொழில்நுட்ப ரீதியான தீர்வுகளை மட்டும் வைத்தால் அதன் எந்த மாதிரி விளைவுகளை ஏற்படுத்துவதற்கான பல உதாரணங்கள் நம்மிடையே உள்ளன. ஒரு உதாரணத்தை மட்டும் நான் சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். நமக்கெல்லாம் தெரியும், சின்ன வயசுல ஒரு 20 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி ஓசோன்ல ஓட்டை வந்துருச்சு பேசணும், டிப்ளீஷன் ஆஃப் ஓசோன் லேயர். அந்த ஓசோன்ல ஓட்டை வந்ததுக்கு காரணம் சிஎஃப்சிஸ் சொன்னாங்க, குளோரோ ஃப்ளோரோ கார்பன்ஸ். நாம என்ன பண்ணோம், மான்ட்ரியல் புரோட்டோகால்ல எல்லா நாடுகளும் கையெழுத்திட்டு அந்த சிஎஃப்சியை ஹெச்எஃப்சியை வச்சு ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணோம், ஹைட்ரோ ஃப்ளோரோ கார்பன்ஸ் வச்சு ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணோம். ஆனா இன்னைக்கு என்னாச்சு, உலக நாடுகள் எல்லாம் இஸ் நாட் த panacea ஆஃப் ஆல் ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ். தொழில்நுட்பம் ஒன்று சர்வரோக நிவாரணி கிடையாது. நாம் சந்திக்கின்ற அனைத்து காலநிலை சிக்கல்களுக்கும் ஒரு தீர்வை தரக்கூடிய வல்லமை நேச்சுரல் சிஸ்டம்ஸ் மட்டும்தான் இருக்குது. அப்போ நம்முடைய குடிமை சமூகமாக, அரசாக, அரசு அதிகாரிகளாக எல்லோரும் சேர்ந்து செய்ய வேண்டிய விஷயம் உண்டு என்றால் அது இங்கே உள்ள இயற்கை நேச்சுரல் சிஸ்டத்தை மாற்றித்தால் வந்தால் பார்ப்பதற்கு ஒன்றுமே இருக்காது நண்பர்களே. வந்தால் பார்ப்பதற்கு ஒன்றுமே இருக்காது நண்பர்களே. இந்த கூட்டத்திற்கு ஒரு பேக்டிராப் இந்த எல்இடி டிஸ்பிளே அல்ல. நாளை சென்னையை தாக்கும் மண்டோஸ் புயல் தான் இந்த கூட்டத்துக்கான பேக்டிராப். அந்த புயல் தான் இவ்வளவு பெரிய காலநிலை சிக்கலை தமிழகம் எத்தனை புயல் சந்திச்சிருக்கோம். நாம தானே புயல், நிவர் புயல், கஜா புயல், ஒக்கி புயல், புரவி புயல், நீலம் புயல், இந்த மண்டோஸ் புயல். எப்ப இந்த 10 வருஷத்துல. அப்ப இன்னைக்கு நம்ம தமிழகம் 1076 கிலோமீட்டர், இந்த 1076 கிலோமீட்டர் கடற்கரை கொண்ட தமிழகம் காலநிலை மாற்றத்தின் தீவிரத்தை அனுபவித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது, அனுபவிக்கும் என்பதை பல்வேறு தரவுகள் மூலமாக இன்றைய காலையில் நாம் பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். இதற்கு தீர்வாக, இதற்கு சொல்யூஷன்ஸா
Technology can be an enabler. We have no doubt about that. Technology is an enabler, but technology is not the panacea of all problems. We have to understand that. Once we go for technology as a solutions, then what sort of effects that it will bring has to be kept in mind. And life cycle carbon footprint should be measured for every technologies that we are suggesting as a change for climate change. This is a request that we are making on behalf of the civil society organizations. Every project should be understood, should be calculated on a life cycle or lifetime carbon footprint is the request that we want to make on behalf of the civil society organizations. And I would like to tell the August gathering here that I am standing here and I was representing, I will represent, I will keep on representing the people's voice wherever I am, whatever I do. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
A very good evening to you. I'm overwhelmed. I think that was such a powerful speech that everybody is still reeling from, that emotion and that power of that speech. It's a welcome change from what we've been hearing since morning. So much of data. I'm sure how many of you feel numbed and overwhelmed by that data? Please raise your hands. I can see a few hands. Don't hesitate. All the presenters are present here, but don't be scared. Data is very important, but it is very overwhelming. For a minute when I was listening to people speaking, I thought the end of the world is here. I don't know, temperatures are rising, sea levels are rising, so much is happening. Whether we live to see another day, I wasn't very sure. But from within this come the stories. We are storytellers. And that is who I am. I run a not-for-profit called SMART, Seeking Modern Applications for Real Transformation. And we build content, we target communities, and we connect communities with whatever is happening in the rest of the world, within their ecosystem, and in the government. So we kind of are a bridge between what is happening in closed doors in these kind of conferences, and then we take it to the communities so that they can act on it, they can understand it, and they can. Everything that I heard in the morning, everything is leading, and to the PMU, and to everybody, and the work that, Tamil Nadu government is doing is a reason for us to keep coming back and learning from here. So as a communication person, I just want to, in my head, demystify everything that we have been listening to. We saw a film. It was a story of a lovely girl who's doing something different. Those are the images which will stay with us for long. Which will stay with us for long. So I think that everyone loves a story and everyone has a story to tell. You must have seen that as soon as you start telling a story, people are already thinking of what will I add to this? Because everyone has an experience to share. If you say, I was on this flight, I was coming to Chennai in the morning and the weather was so bad, suddenly somebody was saying, oh, I was going to Pondicherry and this is what I experienced. You talk about anything, everybody loves a story and has a story to tell. So climate change is all about stories, how it is impacting us, how it is changing our lives, how it is threatening us, how it is leading to migration, how it is leading to displacement, dislocation, how people are doing very interesting things. In the morning there was one session and the lady said that in this whole room there is one story, one mover and achiever who's making a difference. So these are the kind of stories that we all want to listen to. What is communication? Communication is me speaking to you and you connecting with me, you understanding what I'm saying. Sometimes we use jargon, sometimes we use scientific terms, sometimes we use very difficult concepts, stratosphere, atmosphere, I don't know what all, greenhouse emissions, of course. They are very, very important concepts. But how do we reach it to communities who are not as privileged as some of us are to understand, to study, to read, to have access to reports? But they are also contributors to the crisis we are in, and they are also the problem solvers. Only if you understand the problem can you come up with the solution. There are lots of solutions, and in every presentation we had 1 or 2 slides on first, of course, many slides on the problem and then a few on the solution. So we try to use the solutions to build hope, to build, the desire to become part of the story, of the narrative, of the climate change and climate action and the environment and the ecosystem that we will be leaving behind for the next generation. So our job as a communicator of climate change is to tell a story, to demystify the very complex subjects, to make it relatable, relevant, and of course not forget that reliable content. Actually, a colleague of ours from Adri has already gone to Puducherry, and I have to go to Puducherry on the 10th. And continuously I'm getting messages from the 2 radio stations that I'm going to visit there. Please don't come, the cyclone is here, cyclone is here. We are shutting down. And I'm talking to people in Puducherry and they're saying, no, it's not so bad, it's just raining. The electricity has not gone, the traffic is fine. So I'm trying to communicate to the communicators that everything is fine. So we often create that fear. We often create these myths. So our job is also to bust myths, make it realistic, make it reliable, make it relevant, and make it relatable. I loved the way Sundarji spoke. There was so much of passion because he was speaking in his local language. जब हम अपनी भाषा में बोलते हैं, I know you won't understand, a lot of you won't understand Hindi, पर जब हम अपनी भाषा में बोलते हैं, हिंदी में बोलते हैं, क्योंकि हम लखनऊ के हैं, तो हमें एक अपने आप, we build that connect. In this room, if you find 2 Bengalis, they build a connect. If you find 2 Malayalis, they build a connect. He provoked you, he mobilized you, he stumped you. And that is what, when you speak in your own language, it happens. So hyper language that people understand and relate with becomes a very important tool for communicating the problems of climate change and mobilizing people for climate action. Contextualize events. Don't talk about what is happening in Mumbai or what happened in Bangalore. Of course, there are lessons to be learned. But what is happening in your neighborhood? How are people cementing the road, the pathways? How are people cutting trees? What are they doing? How are they impacting? I think the stories are from within your ecosystem. So build hyper-local content. Even if you're creating fear, create fear with which they can relate with. It's not what is happening in America or what happened in UK. How do we take it down? It's, it always reminds me of the lab to land kind of thing. How do we take it from these places? There's a lot of thought. There are people who are visiting the field, but then a large section of people are being left out. So how do we use that tool which can reach out to communities who are also contributors to climate change? We must remember that. Emphasize on climate justice. It's so easy to blame people. We saw a lot of presentations today, the comparative figures, this, that, and there were people who were defending also, there were people who were saying things also. So it was very interesting to see as a communication person sitting there, how we are communicating with each other. So I think that, justice, don't blame it on the third world. Blame it only on the car users. You also have two-wheelers who are contributing, which we saw from one of the presentations today. So emphasize on climate justice, because if there is climate justice, we all benefit. So let's not blame and shame and carry on with this that, you are responsible, you have more cars, let's look at collaboration, let's look at partnerships, let's look at action. The whole thing about climate change is now that suddenly people are talking about it so much that it's creating anxiety. We don't want to create anxiousness. What we should do is create consciousness. And I think that is very important. Once we are conscious about it, then obviously we will take measures to not be so anxious about it. For us, some of the strategies are that you leverage the best practice. Every community, every home, every state, every district has some positive stories, and which we can all build upon, which we can all share upon. We heard some of them this morning. I think it's time to start documenting the best practices and then sharing them with each other so that we can learn from each other, because communication is also for learning. Campaigns have to be people-oriented. We can remember the names, I'm not going to get into that, of so many women, so many people who got their first Aadhaar card, who got the first electricity, who got the first house. We all know those names. Why? Because they were individuals. We could relate with them. They had names. They were people with faces. When we say X number of people, it doesn't make a difference. Yesterday I was talking on the tuberculosis crisis, because the Prime Minister has just launched that campaign. When we say 4,000 people die every day, it's somebody else who's dying. But when we say our neighbor or somebody in our house has the possibility of dying because of TB, we suddenly wake up. We saw it during COVID. There are lots of lessons to learn from the COVID campaign, from the HIV/AIDS campaign, from many campaigns. Climate change is leading to health problems also. We can relate. How do we relate climate change to something that we are all experiencing? I think it's also about experiencing climate change within our homes, our lives, and our districts and our communities. We all know it's a global issue. Everybody is responsible for it, but we can only do what we can do. So the solution has to be very local. We can only look at small steps. We can only look at how we as a family, as a village, as a community can make a difference. What can we do? We need to educate a lot of people. We need to educate hotels about not using plastic bottles. We need to educate the delivery platforms about not using so much of cardboard and plastic. We have a lot of work to do. But what can we do? Where do we start? Can we stop using? And I think the Manjipai story of Tamil Nadu is a very, very beautiful story and worth emulating all over the country. So how do we involve multi-stakeholders? For every message that we give, it can't be left in cyberspace. I will not buy a plastic bottle. From today, I will ensure that all the lights are off when I leave my room. These are very small, small things, but they are very significant steps. And these are what students can use, what families can use, what, across segments of society, people can start. It's time to start. And I think the time has come now. Just quickly wrapping up, so we need to emphasize on individual as well as collective action. We need to look at the message, the messenger, and the audience. A lot of people are talking about social media, but we must also remember that about 400 million people in this country have internet, and so we have to keep in mind everybody and how they are going to get this message and who's our audience. That becomes very important. So the message, the messenger, and the audience. Individual, start with the individual, start with self, and then look at collective action. Start small and look at not only the problems. Problems are very, very important. I'm not saying that. When you have a problem, then you will have a diagnosis, then you will have the treatment, and then finally you will be fine. So the problems are important, but more important are the solutions and the testimonials of people who have contributed to that change. So I think that that's all I have to say. Tell a story, tell it in a way that it connects with people, tell it in a language that people understand, and let's together mobilize for a call to action, which we can start with very small, small steps and very small, small actions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I forgot to say use community radios.
I'd now like to welcome Ms. Vinisha Umashankar, UN Children Climate Prize awardee, to please address the audience.
We had no countries, probably not good civilization yet, and we had all these ancient animals. And do you really think more? That's where things started to go downhill. I'm pretty sure all of us here are familiar with the wildfires that happened during the lockdown. And those wildfires just knocked us back into consciousness. We realized that something as small trigger could cause such big damage in our planet. And the lockdown was such a good time to just take a step back and realize what exactly have we done. Because I know there was a time where none of us were allowed to go outside, none of us were allowed to travel, and nobody used transport for a really long time. And that was when all the greenhouse gas levels came down, and we realized how much big of an impact we are causing to our planet, and how much we as humans are. A 16-year-old student, innovator, and public speaker here today at the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Summit to speak on how climate change has no borders and what I did as an innovator to help change this. So when it comes to innovation, the first two things that should come to mind are wonder and curiosity. I feel like these are two qualities that are inherent in us human beings, but we often lose them as we solutions outside the box that you to that. I would just like to focus on the problem that I wanted to solve with the solar ironing cart. As you can see on the slide, I've shown a traditional ironing cart and what years ago, and I wanted to do the charcoal-based ironing system as well, and as I said in the goals, making it out of it. So a very big congratulations to all of you here. I deeply respect what you have done as well. And the second point is thinking of possible causes. For me, this was the process that I followed. So after I noticed that using charcoal-based irons was a problem, I wanted to think what could be the possible causes that has made it come along for such a long time and create a prototype. Here I would like to talk about two more examples. The first one is a climate ticket, which is actually implemented in Sweden, where you can use this card to travel in public transport for a year free of cost with just one investment, which I think would be a good initiative to bring into India as well. And the second one is a solar-powered power bank, which I have used on several occasions, and I think it would be useful for all of us as well. It can charge our phone to about twice, which I think is a really good innovation as well. Third one is the smart city, which is actually being implemented in several places across the world, where you just make sure that everything across the city is 100% renewable, fulfilling the 13th Sustainable Development Goal, which is climate action. So we all need to make sure that our planet is our top priority, and that is why we are all here at the summit today, to make sure that we all care about our planet and come up with solutions that help us and our future generations. Because we as the human race, as Rosa Parks actually said, there is no racial differentiation, and the only race we should all know is the human race. We together can create a lot of difference, bring it back to its original state with all the measures that we can possibly take. So even though we face so many different problems, from air pollution, water pollution, deforestation, food wastage, wildfires, urbanization, all of this sounds really overwhelming. But we can all make a change. Climate change knows no borders, and neither does it have any. But human knowledge knows no bounds, and we can always improve. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd now like to invite Mr. Saktivel of Punarbhava Sustainable Products to please address the audience.
Good evening to all. First of all, thanks for TNGCC team for organizing this wonderful event and gave me an opportunity to be a part in it. And my special thanks to Tamil Nadu government because sport business for more than 30 years. And our company is certified for more than 15 years on the organic certifications. We will get inquiry about making of a garment in a sustainable way because European countries are very concerned and keen about the climate change before 10 years. I was thinking when our country or when our state going to take an initiative regarding this, and when this I get an invitation and when I came to know that Tamil Nadu government is the first state in our India to start this climate change mission, I was very happy, and I can assure that in upcoming years, Tamil Nadu government going to be a role model for other states in India. So for that, I'm really thanks for the Tamil Nadu CM, actually. Thank you so much. Before going into my presentation, I would like to give some details, not about the statistics, because as ma'am already said, from morning onwards, a lot of statistics, numerics, we've seen all the numbers in the stage, 1 to numeric, lot of things. So just as a points I will share. There are 60,000 trees in this world, 60,000 types of trees in this world, actually. One tree can reduce 40 kg of carbon CO2 per year. One tree can save 40 kg of CO2 per year. Every day, 2 lakhs trees are cut down for making of paper. Every day in the world, 2 lakhs trees are cut down for making of paper. I think many of them doesn't know that when you are cutting down the tree, whatever the carbon it has, if you are cutting down the trees, it gets released. So every day, 2 lakhs trees, when you are cutting, carbon get emission. For making 1 ton of paper, 1 ton of normal papers, 26 friendly to reduce the CO2. So friendly to reduce the CO2. So we are in the position our trees for the better future for our grandchildren. So coming back to my presentation. Punarbhava Sustainable Products. This is my company name. I am Shaktivel from Tirupur. Actually, Punarbhava means giving birth to death one. It's a rebirth. As I said already, I come from Tirupur and we are into the garment export field for more than 30 years, and my company is into certified of organic garments for 15 years, 2007 onwards. We are selling organic certified and GOTS or fair trade, the garments having certifications like global certifications. At that time, the brands, we sell a lot of garments to European brands. So at the time, the brands were saying to the customers, I'm saying about 2007 and that years. At the time, the brands are saying to the customers that they are selling eco-friendly garments to the customers, and their garments are more sustainable like that. But what we thought is, until they are forgetting the packaging, they can't say to the customer their garment is 100% sustainable. Because each garment, when you are going to purchase some dresses, shirts, or anything in the mall, you may see the packaging. When you are buying a shirt, you can see the packaging, hang tags, poly bags, lot of the things you can see. Approximately when you are buying each garment, 10 to 15% of the packaging is involved in the garment. So what we thought is, when the brands are making the garments in the sustainable way, when they are forgetting the packaging, it is not the real sustainable. One side they are saving the environment and saying that it is more eco-friendly. In the other side, for the packaging, lot of trees have been cut down in the way of deforestation. Per year, nearly 2 million tons of textile wastage is generated. So what we thought is, okay, one side, I seen from my childhood onwards in my garment factory, I seen lot of fabric has been, while the garments are making 10 to 15% of fabric is goes into the fabric waste. In other side, deforestation is happening. How this two can be managed? So we made a lot of R&Ds, and we came to the know first in this world, the first paper is made of cotton paper. Until now, our Indian rupee, euro, dollar, all are made of cotton paper. Then why not our packaging? So we made R&D, and there is no machineries readily available in the market. So in our factory, the machines are our own designed one. And since we are into the European market, we thought we can't simply go to the brand and we can say that nowadays we are mailing, no? In the bottom line we will say that if you need only take printout, save the trees, no, don't take the printout like that. We can't blindly go to the European brands and we can't say that. So what we thought is we should have some certifications. So we took global recycle standard certification for our, and not only the final product to be sustainable or eco-friendly, in our all process, it should be, we should be very eco-friendly and we should be very sustainable to the, our mother earth. So the water used in our process, in our paper factory, is nearly 6 to 7 times reused, and the last stage goes to the farmland. And the power utilizing for our factory is through renewable sources like solar power, and our all papers are sun-dried paper. And regarding considering the carbon emission on the transportation of the raw materials, we source near only from the 100 kilometers of the our factory, because through that we can save the transportation of the carbon emission. And our process is 0% chemical, 0% tree-free, and it's actually when you are putting 100 kgs of fabric waste, it comes 100 kgs of paper. See, when you are talking about the sustainability or eco-friendly, the European brands are very clear nowadays. Actually, it should be a zero-waste concept, because if you are for a manufacturing, for producing, you need to utilize a lot of natural resources, human powers, a lot of things are utilizing. If you are not consuming that in 100% way, it is not a real sustainable. So in our process, we are very keen, and we made the process like it's a zero waste concept. 100% raw material is converted into the final product. Now I show my process. Got something for you to show so that you can clearly understand. Please, I can. I feel very okay. This is the fabric waste we collect from our garment factories. Either it may be a pre or post-consumer waste. It can be in any form. We collect the fabric waste, we convert them into chopped one. The chopped one means into a small pieces. By adding only with water, in the beater process, it converted into pulp. See, adding water, now I need to say, for normal paper making purpose, for 1 kg of paper, you need to have 300 liters of water. But in our process, just 3 liters of water is enough. So you can see how many waters can be consumed, how many waters can be saved. In morning session also someone was saying for water we are dependent on some our neighbor states like that, and we are, if drought time we are very scarcity of the water. But here you can see consuming 1 kg of cotton paper, you can save nearly 270 liters of water. By adding water along with the cotton, it is converted into pulp. This pulp is to the formation of the sheet, 100% cotton, it is sun-dried one. This is our paper formation, 100% cotton, 24 by 28 inches, it is 100% sun-dried. If you are into the European brands, European countries, you can see normal pickles will be cheaper, sun-dried pickles will be higher. But our cotton paper, we are into the market for the past 10 years, we are affordable, we are selling in the way of affordable price, and it is feasible to the customers. This waste, you can ask how it is white. We source maximum white color or off-white color fabric waste because it's having a lot of abundant of raw materials available in Tirupur. So we collect, why we collecting this means, if you need a printing like the ID card which you are holding, it's in the green color like that, we are having our own printing division. In that printing, we will give in a soya-based ink. So making of color paper, you need to have chemicals, lot of things. So so to avoid those things, we use maximum 98%. We use only white fabric waste. And nowadays, I would like to share some important things which I gathered from my customer's point of view. The real sustainable means the European brands are thinking in the way of circularity. Earlier days, it was organic or biodegradable only they were thinking. But now they changed their opinion to circularity. So now the brands were asking, when they are making the color t-shirts, like a black, green, blue, what you are going to make with those kind of fabric waste. So we collect those fabric waste and we convert them into colored paper. We doesn't add any dyes into our paper, it will become a melange effect. So now, see, since just a packaging, no, we need to have some, we need to convince something while we are saving our mother here. So the brands are now ready for that one, and they are okay with this one. Again, this paper, you can see 0% chemical. Can have some water. Okay, now the paper process is finished. Brands were asking, is there any solution for the finished packaging? So we made again the printing division in our own unit. In that printing also, we are thinking it should be a more sustainable and eco-friendly way. So all the inks which you are using is soya-based ink, and for that also, we are using only 100% solar power for running our factory. Actually, in this time, I do little marketing also to Supriya Sahu ma'am, actually, because in Tamil Nadu government making lot of packaging, paper-based items, a lot of the things, we are ready to give in a feasible price way. So if they are considering for converting it to cotton paper, because the price is the same way, they can, not hiddenly, they can directly save lot of trees, lot of trees, because trees cannot be compensated with any other thing in this world. Because we need to thank our ancestors, because they give the wonderful our Mother Earth to live. And we are at least 50 to 60% we are enjoying our Mother Earth rather than our ancestors. But what going to be our grandchildren's? Because we can't give them just land to live. They need some good trees for oxygen or a lot of things. So we have a responsibility. So in this occasion, I thank once again the TNGCC team and Tamil Nadu government. And last but not least, I will say one thing. As I said already, our papers are global recycle standard, and we are the first cotton paper manufacturer in the world to have LCA report. That means life cycle analysis report. That report says that how much power we consumed, how much natural resources we consumed, and how much it is eco-friendly to that, and Higg index. Higg index means in the European market, to make a product, the environmental impact you had created. So in that also, we are the world first Higg index cotton paper. And finally, I would like to say, when we are seeing purchasing in any product, we should not see only the final product. We need to see how it has been manufactured. Because if you are having only a cotton paper but using lot of chemicals or lot of consumption of water, it is not a real sustainable. So it should have some impact on the environment. We need to take consideration. As I say every time to my brands, small drops make an ocean, and small difference from us make a big difference in the air. So from nowadays, hereafter onwards, when you are purchasing anything, please consider it's not for you, it's you made for our grandchildren, and we are responsible for that. Thanks. Thank you once again.
Thank you so very much. I think our fifth session for today was truly special because each and every one of our speakers brought so much passion to their subject and all of their ideas that they shared. So I'd like to throw the floor open for any question and answers we have for any of our panelists. We have a gentleman at the back with a question. Can we?
Thank you. So I think it's a very, very important period which we are in. Probably always it's important at the grassroots level, where the children makes a huge difference as they grow. It is inculcated in their mind. So my question is like, can this be part of the curriculum itself, the storytelling? Because this makes a huge difference when we go.
Able to write and read. So like that, with the support of the government and all other civil society organizations, a massive climate literacy program is being undertaken, which Madam will announce in the weeks to come. It will cover all the strata, all the layers of the society, not only school, college children, the industry, the civil society organizations, NGOs, government officials, bureaucrats, politicians, lawmakers. So it will cover the entire strata of the society, which the Tamil Nadu government will have already announced, and finite details are being expected. So definitely, as we become a literate state, in the few years to come, Tamil Nadu will become a climate literate state also.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, can I just make a comment?
Of course.
Yes, I'm from United States, working in University of Maryland, Baltimore. I'm here on a vacation, and accidentally I came to this convention, Tamil Nadu Climate Summit 2022. Congratulations, this is fantastic, and appreciate to all of you, and I'll be here tomorrow. So rather than complaining and highlighting the issues, and there are some solutions here, the iron box as well as the paper. So again, I second the previous questioner that it has to be a climate literacy in kind of it's a mandatory education and encourage solutions like this. So Tamil Nadu வந்து சமூக நீதிக்கு முக்கியமான ஒரு மாநிலம், இந்தியாவில் ஒரு எடுத்துக்காட்டாக இருக்கிறது. அதே போல சுற்றுச்சூழல் நீதி, climate justice, அதிலும் ஒரு முன்னுதாரணமாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் விரும்புகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking the time to share your opinion with us. Do you have a follow-up?
Follow-up, I wanted to ask the gentleman one more thing. நான் வந்து அரசினர் மேல்நிலை பள்ளியில் தான் படித்தேன் ஒரு 30 yearsக்கு முன்னாடி. The same school, I took my children about a few days back or few months back. The school இருக்கிற building எல்லாம் போயிடுச்சு. There is nothing there. The school is literally like 2 walls. That's all it's there. It's not the story of only Varkmar Rasinar Palli. It's almost all the schools are like this. That's what I heard. I keep collecting the data. I think we need to, that's where the innovation happens. Because most of the teachers and others, they don't have time to teach. We innovate there. Self-innovation is coming there. அது பயங்கரமா மிஸ் ஆகுது. அதனால தான் வந்து probably we are more into curriculum development and we are moving privatization of education. Probably a movement of activating the Arasinar Mailnilai Pallis makes a massive difference to LMICs, low and medium income population. Thank you.
There is an yes and no to your question. Before COVID struck, the number of students who were going to the government higher secondary school was about 50-55 lakhs in the state. Today we have touched 80 lakh students have come back to the government higher secondary schools. Yes, there are problems in the government schools. None of us deny that. But without compromising on the quality, yes, infrastructure has to be improved, labs have to be bettered, I don't any of the things. But the kind of education that our government schools have been imparting, I think we don't lag behind any private schools or any CBSE schools. That I can tell you that. Yes, there's a long way to go, but there's a lot of change that is happening in the education department in the last 1.5, 2 years' time, where a lot of schemes like, Ennum Eluthum, Vanavil Mandram, where people are taking scientific equipments to schools and teaching them how to use those scientific equipments. So I think the government schools of Tamil Nadu, like the climate change is getting transformed, the Department of Environment and Climate Change is getting transformed, the government schools are getting transformed for better, for good, and you will be able to see the change probably when you come next time here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for addressing that. I believe we have a question in the front. And we have one more there. We're going to take both of those questions and wrap up this session. Again, sincere request, if you can keep your question brief and relevant to the climate summit, I would sincerely appreciate it, sir.
Okay, my question is to Sundar sir. My name is Yuvan. I am a nature educator with Pallavir Trust and we work full-time in climate education. என் கேள்வி என்னன்னா சார், இப்போ இந்த நடந்த ப்ரெசன்டேஷன்லலாம் ஒரு கார்பன் கண்ணோட்டத்தில் மட்டுமே காலநிலை மாற்றத்தை பார்க்குறதுல பிரச்சனைகள் இருக்கா, இல்லை என்ன பிரச்சனைகள்?
See, I can understand what is saying. What is probably I can understand your questions like this. Is a carbon markets a solution to the climate change? Is what you are asking, or what is that?
அதான். So இப்போ வந்து we are looking the lens through which we are looking at climate change is carbon, not other species or not.
No. It's not like that. Otherwise, the Tamil Nadu government would not have announced the TN Green Climate Mission and the Wetland Mission. Many other things. It's not just the mitigation of carbon. The schemes that we believe is making the world, making Tamil Nadu as a biocentric, ecocentric, not just as anthropocentric. Otherwise, the government would not have announced this. Yes, we'll all have to unite together and make this scheme successful and be watchdogs for these schemes to be successful. I don't deny any of those things. But definitely, the idea of these schemes are not putting carbon or just anthropocentrism or the humans at the center of this ecosystem. No, it is the ecosystem that we would like to reiterate by different schemes that the government has announced and will be implementing.
Thank you, sir. If we can get a mic to the front of the room, bear with us, sir, one moment. That young lad needs to walk up to the front.
Also add to what Ivan was asking, have you heard anything called as, somebody has created a sanctuary for dugong, somebody has created a sanctuary for slender loris? You have not heard about that, right? So this shows that the initiatives are not just carbon-centric. It is bio or ecocentric or species-centric.
Thank you for a very different kind of sessions, all of you. Absolutely congratulations for that. So you're all practitioners, if I compared the whole day with all four of you sitting here. If you had to be bluntly honest, instead of giving the good messages that you've all given, some of them have given warnings like Sundarajan, in all your struggle, the iron box, the handmade paper, the communication strategy, the people's campaign, if you had to share one blunt climate truth to this August gathering, what would it be very honestly? Each one of you. Just one. In your struggle, what is the one thing that you feel has been a mounting challenge and you've not been able to surmount that? And that's the tipping point, which you actually politely has not shared it here. Because, everybody tends to give very good messages in the end, that, you're positive and it can be done and this and that. I want you to be totally candid that, see, this is something is like a dog's tail, it doesn't change. What would that be? Each one of you, very briefly. That's my question.
So I'll start. I am coming from Delhi and we all know the problem of air pollution there. And we face it year after year after year. It goes to 900, 1200, whatever. But that is the problem. But the solution is many things have worked, odd and even has worked. Sometimes, carpooling and things, and the pollution has come down. But if you ask me, then we have built a game called Fix It. It's a board game and we are taking it to schools. We have already initiated it in about 25 Delhi government schools. I'm saying it's a very small step. We just started in August, but it's building a sustainable city. We can't build a sustainable city, but we can be conscious about how a sustainable city is to be built and all the vested interests that come in. So you take an identity, you are a politician, you are an ordinary man, you are a real estate person. All those people who influence the status of the city, you can take an identity and together it's a collaborative effort to build a sustainable city. So small steps are being taken by the government, by individuals, by people like us also. But there is a problem which we haven't been able to resolve.
Thank you. Mr. Shaktivel, I believe you wanted to answer this.
Thanks so much for asking this question. Actually, because I missed one point, because of your question, I'm able to give that point also here. Actually, as I said already, we are into the field for 10 years and currently we have nearly 300 to 400 customers around the world. I was a little bit worried and I was sad also because in India we have only less than 5 customers in our list. Rather than actually, I went for the central government office also. While Susma Swaraj ma'am there, I met her secretary. I presented, but due to some reasons, it has been not moved, and also for our Tamil Nadu government, lot of. So, as a single Punarvava sustainable products for past 9 years for these customers, we have saved nearly 90,000 trees, which is 20-year-old in our journey. If Indian brands or governments are consuming this kind of quantity, they might be saved millions and millions of trees. So that was really my sad actually, that I would like to share for your answer. Thank you.
நான் என்ன சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன்னா, கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் பற்றி பேச ஆரம்பித்த ஒரு 15 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி அண்டார்டிகாவில் பனி ஊறுனா எங்களுக்கு என்ன, ஆத்தூரில் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு என்னப்பா கதை அப்படின்னு வந்து கேட்பாங்க, which is a fact also. But today, I think post 2015 Chennai floods and the Gaja cyclone, நாம் சொல்லித்தரமோ இல்லையோ மழையும் புயலும் சொல்லி கொடுத்துரும். So I think the disasters are teaching us a lesson. Initially we struggled a lot to communicate the effects of climate change because the state of Tamil Nadu was just going to face these disasters. So more than us, the disasters have taught us more lessons.
Okay, since sir you asked for the blunt truth, it is the truth that climate change is not going to get better in the next few years. It is definitely going to progress to be worse until there's a standpoint that it gets better. And to reach that standpoint, it's going to take much longer than we have anticipated, because even though the awareness and the effort has increased over the years, it has not reached to the point where there has been so much action taken that it is going to be better in the next few years. That is not the truth, it is not the case, because even though how much awareness we spread right now, there is still a lot more work to be done and a lot more action to be taken, and there are many people out there with ideas that they cannot implement due to one reason or the other. So I think those are a few hurdles we are facing, but we do not address it, because right now we are all trying to make sure that there's more positive news about climate change and how do we help people. But these are just a few truths out there that we don't address, but this is true, and it's going to take a lot more time for us to actually start combating climate change.
Thank you. We'd like to thank all of our panelists for their candor, and sir, thank you for that lovely question. I believe we have another question at the back. Can we get a mic to that gentleman right there, please?
வணக்கம், இது திரு சுந்தரராஜன் அவர்களுக்கு. இங்கே இந்த கடைசி செஷன் காலையிலேருந்து பார்த்தது எல்லாமே டெக்னாலஜி, கடைசி செஷன் தான் மக்களை எப்படி சென்றடைகிறதுன்று மக்களுக்கு போய் சேரதை பற்றி நீங்கள் நிறைய தகவல் சொன்னீங்க, எல்லோரும் சொன்னாங்க. இங்கே கூட எஜுகேஷனில் பாலிசி எஜுகேஷனில் கொண்டு வரணும் எல்லாம் சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் நீங்கள் ஒரு விஷயத்தை வலியுறுத்தி சொன்னீங்க, டெக்னாலஜியை விட இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய இயற்கை வளங்களை பாதுகாப்பதில் தான் அதிகம் கவனம் செலுத்தணும்னு சொன்னீங்க. 20% ஆஃப் த லேண்ட் இஸ் இன் த ஃபாரஸ்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் கண்ட்ரோல். ஆனால் டெவலப்மெண்ட் மற்ற துறைகள் எல்லாமே இந்த 20% லேண்டுக்கு எதிரான நிலைப்பாடுகளை பல நேரங்களில் எடுக்குது. இந்த ஒரே டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் தான் அதற்கு அப்படி இதுக்குள்ளார வரக்கூடாது, இதெல்லாம் வரக்கூடாதுன்னு சண்டை போடுது. அதனுடைய விளைவு என்னன்னா, தமிழ்நாடு பூரா இந்த ஃபாரஸ்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் எல்லாம் மற்ற துறை அலுவலர்களோட பெரிய சண்டை போட வேண்டியிருக்குது. அவங்க மக்களுக்கு எதிரானவர்களாக காட்டப்படுகிற ஒரு நிலைமை இருக்குது. இதுக்கு என்ன பிரச்சனைனா, மற்ற துறையில் இருக்கக்கூடியவர்களுக்கு தான் நம்ம முதல்ல இந்த விஷயத்தை கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கணும்னு எனக்கு படுது. அது ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட்டாக எனக்கு படுது. அதுக்கு ஏதாவது ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜியை நம்ம வகுக்கணும்னு நான் கேட்டுக்கிறேன் உங்களை.
இல்லை, அதோடைய நீங்கள் கேட்ட கேள்வி முக்கியமான கேள்வி. நான் இதை பல நேரங்களில் உணர்ந்திருக்கேன். இன்ஃபேக்ட் இங்கே இருக்கின்ற இந்திய வனப்பணி அதிகாரிகளுக்கு நான் வந்து பாராட்டு தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம் எனக்கு தெரியும். அங்கே இருக்க கலெக்டரோடையும் அங்கே இருக்க டிஆர்ஓ கூடயும் சண்டை போடுறது எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம் எனக்கு வந்து தெரியும் எனக்கு. ஸோ இன்ஃபேக்ட் அந்த பிரச்சனைகளுக்கு ஒரு தீர்வாக தான் இந்த கிளைமேட் கவுன்சிலை பார்க்குறோம். ஏன்னா ஃபாரஸ்ட் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் மட்டும் இல்லை, அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் ஏசிஎஸ் வந்தாங்க, எனர்ஜி செக்ரட்டரி வராங்க, டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் செக்ரட்டரி வராங்க, டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் கமிஷனர் வராங்க, ஹவுசிங் அண்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட், இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ், எல்லா செக்ரட்டரிஸும் வந்து கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் பற்றி பேச போகிறாங்க. எல்லா செக்ரட்டரிஸும் வந்து கார்பன் சீக்வன்ஸ் பற்றி பேச போகிறாங்க. ஸோ இது வரைக்கும் ஃபாரஸ்ட் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸும் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் என்வரான்மெண்ட் கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் மட்டும் பேசிட்டு இருந்த ஒரு விஷயத்தை இனிமேல் தமிழ்நாட்டில் உள்ள எல்லா துறைகளை சேர்ந்த அதிகாரிகளும் பேச போகிறாங்க. யாரும் இதுவும் தப்பிக்க முடியாது, எல்லாரும் செஞ்சு தான் ஆகணும். இது ஏதோ வந்து இந்த என்வரான்மெண்ட் அண்ட் கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு மட்டும் உரிய விஷயம் அல்ல. கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் சார்ந்த விஷயங்கள் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் என்வரான்மெண்ட் கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் எப்படி பார்க்கணும்னா ஐடி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் மாதிரி பார்க்கணும், இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் டெக்னாலஜி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் மாதிரி. அந்த டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு எதுவும் தனியாக பண்ணிக்க முடியாது. மற்ற துறைகளை ஐடி எனேபிள்டு ஆக்குறது தான் ஐடி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டோட வேலை. அதே மாதிரி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் என்வரான்மெண்ட் கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச் அண்ட் ஃபாரஸ்டோட வேலைன்னா மற்ற துறைகளை வந்து கிளைமேட் ஃபோக்கஸ்டாக கிளைமேட் ஃப்ரெண்ட்லியாக மாற்றுறது தான் இந்த துறையோட முக்கியமான வேலை. அதில் இந்த கிளைமேட் கவர்னிங் கவுன்சில் வந்து ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு துவக்க புள்ளின்னு நான் வந்து நினைக்கிறேன். வேறு இந்தியாவில் எந்த மாநிலமும் செய்யாததை ஒரு முதலமைச்சரை தலைவராக கொண்டு ஒரு கிளைமேட் கவர்னிங் கவுன்சில் வந்து தமிழ்நாடு அமைச்சிருக்கு. இது இந்தியாவுக்கான முன்னுதாரணம், இந்தியாவுக்கான முன்னோடியாக பார்க்க வேண்டும். நிச்சயமாக எல்லாரும் அங்கே இருக்கிறோம், எல்லாரும் அங்கே இருந்து அதை நடைமுறை செய்வதற்கான சாத்தியங்களை நடைமுறைப்படுத்துவோம் நான் வந்து உறுதியாக சொல்லிக்கிறேன். தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you, sir. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end this session. If we can please give a huge round of applause for all of our passionate panelists for people and climate change. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Sam Kumar, Senior Advisor, British High Commission, to please felicitate our panelists on stage. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. Can we have the mementos on stage, please? Sir, if we can begin by felicitating Mr. G. Soundararajan. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sundararajan. Thank you. I know it was post-tea time and you were the first speaker to go on, but that passionate and rousing speech, I think, woke everybody up, what tea and coffee couldn't manage, so thank you once again. We'd now like to felicitate ma'am, Ms. Archana Kapoor. Thank you for joining us all the way from Delhi and highlighting the importance of communicating to people in languages that they're comfortable with. Thank you once again. We'd now like to felicitate Mr. Saktivel. Congratulations, and here's to wishing that you have more Indian customers to that fabulous solution that you've come up with. Thank you once again. And now we'd like to thank Ms. Vinisha Umashankar. It is incredibly inspiring to see youngsters like you not just sit back, relax, and write a couple of tweets about climate change, but actually go about affecting change. Thank you once again, truly inspiring. I'd now like to welcome our Additional Chief Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forest Department, Ms. Supriya Sahu IAS, first for a photo with our lovely panelists, and then to sum up the fabulous day that we've had today. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to welcome the Additional Chief Secretary to present the closing remarks for the day.
Thank you very much for your attention to all these sessions. And I could see that many people wanted to ask questions and have the interaction. I hope tomorrow we get some more time, as we have. You could have scanned the agenda to see that tomorrow we have senior secretaries coming up. We also have the governing council members interacting with us. So, and of course, later in the evening, the Honorable Chief Minister shall be launching the climate change mission of the government of Tamil Nadu. So I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you. I only wanted to ask the DFOs, the climate officers, who are going to take this agenda forward as representatives of government at the district level. I just wanted to ask them, some of them, to kind of keep their thoughts together. And I would like to call some of them tomorrow on the dais and would request them to share what exactly they feel after listening to as many people said, the data, the modeling information, the decarbonization pathways, the climate and people, the need for us to, go local and act immediately, the need for innovations, as we saw, and the requirement to learn from these innovations. But as I think everybody said, ultimately everything boils down to people, to communities. Whatever you may like to do, whatever you may think, if you don't get people inside, if you don't get their participation, then I think it just remains on paper. So I think the biggest lesson for today, for all of us, is that our policies have to be drafted, rooted in scientific information, data, modeling, so that we don't go wrong. But when it comes to implementation, it has to be simplified in such a way that we are able to engage local communities. And I think that's the biggest message for me today, is that we need to work on a communication strategy which is so focused on community that even very important information and complicated data gets carried in a very simple form. So tomorrow we have these sessions lined up. I also would request participants to maybe mail us any question that they would like me to ask the governing council members. Of course, we will have the open forum also. But is there anything that you would like us to ask? Please do write to us. We have, I think everybody knows that the TNGCC website is up and about, it's running. We are also doing the live streaming of the sessions that we are doing. So any information that you want, we are available. I hope you had a very good time today, a lot of learning, meeting new people, exchanging information, learning from each other, and thank you very much. Look forward to see you tomorrow sharp at 10 a.m. Nandri Vanakkam.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of day one of Tamil Nadu Climate Summit 2022. Thank you for joining us and making it a grand success. We look forward to seeing your active participation tomorrow as well. I'm hoping we have much more of an inclusive debate, more rousing discussion, and I'm sure we have a spectacular panel in store for you who are going to bring you a lot more educational information packaged in a very, very informative way for each and every one of you. This is the entire team that put this event together signing off. Thank you so very much. We hope you had a lovely day with us. We hope you get back home safe. Goodbye, good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.